What's going on out there, good people, man? It's your boy Sean P in the place to be. Yeah, I know you see the name Any Harret, but you can call me Sean. Um, we're about to go around the HBCU horn just to get an update. This is the pregame to the ultimate game that we'll have at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Let me go ahead and share my screen. I do believe that FAMU and South Carolina State are getting ready to kick off. As you can see, there's really no sound here from the start of this game. Of course, we are awaiting the Jackson State game. Let me go ahead and get, while y'all are watching, I don't care. I'm saying, let me go ahead and get some other stuff available for us until we get some noise on this other channel. I'm gonna mute this out for a second in case the audio does come on. And we could take a look at some other HBCU football around the horn. Again, like the stream, share the stream. We're going up. You're gonna get the best audio, video out there. Let's check in on Norfolk.
Belly, and he runs close to a first down, will be about a yard short. So we think more of Adams as the runner, but Otto Kuhns also can run that little option look and pulls it right out of Davis's belly and keeps it himself.
It's just no different than your standard zone read. And the good part about him running the football, it just opens everything else up because now you won't get predictable by personnel. So when you throw in Adams into the lineup, you don't automatically think, oh, it's a run play. They got to start letting Adams throw, which would be the next advancement of their offensive attack with the way they run this two-quarterback system.
2 of 5 on third downs for the Spartans. This is a short one, 3rd and 1, trying to keep this drive alive. And they have the first down and more. And they'll move the sticks with that carry. And the first down there for J.J. Davis. Picks up the yards needed to advance the ball and keep the ball with 4:35 to go here in the second quarter and a 2-touchdown lead.
Yeah, Morgan is just a great open field tackling team. That's an outstanding open field tackle right there by Jake Wooten. If he doesn't make that tackle, that's a significant gain for Norfolk State because there was no one on that side of the defense. They caught him in a run blitz. They got him with the right play call, but Jaden Wooten did a great job making that stop.
8th play of the drive for Norfolk State. Ball on the Morgan State 30-yard line for the Spartans. Kuhns fires, and he has the completion to Hatcher. Hatcher catches the ball down to the 17-yard line, and another first down for the Spartans as they continue to move on this drive, looking to add to their 2-touchdown lead.
I feel like they've gotten everything they wanted in the passing game, and unfortunately, on that play for Morgan State, we saw the safety.
Well,
slip.
It is the first week of conference play. It's the first week of conference play, and initially I was watching this game as it, earlier in the first quarter, and I noticed it was 7-0 at that point. Norfolk State hadn't been able to do anything until the earlier part of the second quarter, but then again, look at how they outflanked Morgan State, and that's allowing Morgan, it's allowing Norfolk State to apply pressure on.
We're slowly seeing this Morgan State defense.
On Morgan State, it's sad, but this is the game, and Morgan State doesn't have any momentum right now, and it is Morgan State's homecoming. Look at that. You know what I'm saying? He was going out there the whole entire time, and the dude fumbled the ball.
You want to turn up the heat if you're Morgan State.
So they got a little lucky right there. Morgan State got a little lucky. Well, Norfolk State got lucky right there. They could have easily, recovered that had that ball stayed in bounds.
And been executing accordingly.
2nd and 1 for the Spartans.
But yeah, so let me
not what the homecoming crowd came to see.
Let me fix the camera view.
14-0, and the Spartans knock.
All right, there we go. So let's
State's going to take a timeout to talk things over with this 2nd and short.
Oops. I don't want to lose this.
Expiring. Timeout. Norfolk State. Their first.
So let's go take a look at FAMU.
And 2's up.
Flag comes in.
Watch 81.
2, give me the blue white hat. 2 white hat. One's got it. Never mind. One's up. Stand by ref mic. Take ref mic. And up.
And it's going to be on FAMU. So this will more than likely
One's
change
still working.
the decision for Willie Simmons.
Stand by 2 for game.
Look at this. It's crazy.
2 for game and 2 for game. Okay, 3 kicker, 1 receiver.
They're trying to work out all of this
Kicker,
audio
1
live,
receiver.
yo. They're trying to work their audio out live. It should have
Someone
already
call
been
Topher,
fixed.
please, and
But
let him
because
know that I need to
it
probably
wasn't
have a
ready
speaker
initially,
on the audio.
they don't know that they're speaking over the broadcast.
2 is working. 2 is working. Stand by 1. 1's up.
Coaches on this staff, which
Stand by kicker. I need and stand by through. 2's up.
with your players and having a rhythm there.
He needs
There's
to
a
he needs
big
to understand that he's talking during the
That one
game.
will go
2's
out
still
of
working.
bounds.
2's up. 3, you're gone. I've lost you
Had it
completely again.
for the first time
Stand by
today.
4.
Bulldog
And
defense
4's up. 4's
quick
working.
Stop and gives us an opportunity to talk about our cricket impact players.
4's working.
That's
4's
going to
working.
be
If you can hear
Horrible.
me.
because
Horrible.
I hope you
Horrible.
can. 4's working.
Have one on defense
Horrible
for FAMU,
video.
One on offense for the Bulldogs. Let's talk
Follow him
about
out.
first.
1. Stand by
Carolina
2 for
State.
game and 2 for game. Game's working. Game 2's up working.
That is not me. So
2's
for
working.
anyone who's
2's
new to
working.
the stream,
Yeah,
that
we
is
got you
not
on the
me.
field now.
Good. Thank you. Stand by 1. 1's up. Follow him off 1. Number 3. Follow him.
This is going to continue to happen until someone actually
1's working. 1's working. Stand by
informs
2.
him that, hey, you're speaking over the
And
broadcast.
2's up game. 2's up
Quarterback,
game.
that's Tyrese Nick. We thought that this might be a possibility.
See if we can
We'll
get the
take a ride here in
replay as
a
we
moment
can.
As they give that
Okay,
give
4.
to, I think that's Kendrell Flowers in the middle.
Stand
the
by
running
4.
back for the
And
Bulldogs.
4. Follow
So,
him back out.
to give you the story on
Listen,
this,
man, listen. While they working their audio out at the South Carolina State and FAMU game, you know, we're all here for homecoming, right? Bama State's homecoming. This is why we're here. We're here for Bama State's homecoming. That game is to broadcast live at 2 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. Eastern. We will air it, and it'll be what it's going to be. But right now, we're just looking around HBCU football. Norfolk State is up 14-0 on Morgan State, which a lot of people had Morgan State picked or slated to win that game. And the score is a surprise for a lot of people, but, you know, there's some momentum there. However, let's see what we get from this game. Let's see if dude is still talking over the announcers.
Really has been clicking the way it should click.
on a 3rd down and 8, Tyrese Nick going to throw it over the middle, and that is incomplete. Pass is broken up by, let's see who that was. That was an outstanding play by the defender, Timothy Williams Jr., and we didn't get to talk about our impact player on defense, but he will make his presence felt. Number 31, Isaiah Land, the 6'4" senior out of Buffalo, New York. 19 sacks on the season from a year ago. He's the Buck Buchanan Award winner, and we will certainly see him throughout the contest. But let's see the punt here by South Carolina State. So both defenses forcing 3 and outs. This is Blake Moros. Check that, Dyson Roberts. And that ball will go out of bounds right around the, we'll call it the 36-yard line. Yes, it will. So Dyson Roberts, true freshman last year, did very well for the Bulldogs. Listed as the starter was Moros, but they put out Roberts out there, and I thought Roberts played pretty well last year in the punting game.
I thought he did a great job. I can remember a play that he had against Central Florida, I think, in one of the first games where he kind of ran for a while and punted and did some things that made ESPN. So he's a very athletic punter, I remember, from last year.
So we will see this offense come back out. Listening to the press conference with Willie Simmons this week in his time with the media, he was very pleased with the progression of his quarterback, Jeremy Musa, the graduate from Chino Hills, California, the transfer from Vanderbilt. Played at a junior college a year ago. Back to pass is Musa looking, going to throw to a wide open receiver over the middle at the 40.
He gone.
30.
That's
One man to
touchdown.
beat at the corner. 10-5. Touchdown. FAMU. Catches him in stride
Big
into
adjustment
the end
after
zone for the
first
score,
drive.
and that is Xavier Smith, the leading receiver for the Rattlers, his 7th touchdown of the season.
a little motion out of the backfield that kind of got the defensive backs' eyes out of the backfield. You always talk about having eye discipline back there in the secondary. So you're able to get behind the linebackers there. Great play for FAMU.
A 60-plus yard touchdown reception for Xavier Smith that puts him over 500
listen, man. Let me
yards
just tell
receiving.
y'all the truth right now, man.
7th score.
I know there's not a lot of people in here right now, but the closer we get to JSU kickoff, we may see, you know what I'm saying, a lot more people start to trickle in because they'll be looking for the game on YouTube. The closer we get to kickoff and actually a peak game. However, this is not the same South Carolina State team that we saw last year, and I do believe that they are feasting off of last year's Celebration Bowl, right? They felt like, okay, we beat Jackson State the way that we beat them, although I strongly stand by Jackson State played down to the level of competition and didn't take advantage of opportunities that they had earlier in the game that led to their demise. And they just thought that South Carolina State would roll over like, everybody else. However, that wasn't the case. And we saw the outcome of that game. But I don't think that they are as sharp as they were last year. And that's going to pose problems. And yeah, JSU is a different team this year as well. So I don't know if we'll see that matchup. I don't know. I just don't know if we'll see that matchup. As you can see, they're all starting conference, except for South Carolina State. Everybody else, I think, is in conference play right now. Somebody, like 2 people may be on a bye, whatever, but it's conference time for the MEAC now. The rest of their season is all about the next 5 opponents that they have. I think if all of them have played 5 games up to this point. So it's anybody's conference, in my opinion. Out of conference, they didn't do so hot, but, it is what it is at this point. So, again, we are 49 minutes away from kickoff. Once that game is made available, of course, we will shoot live and direct to that game only. But right now, we're just looking around HBCU football and getting a grip on what's going on. Okay, Swanigan says NCCU and JSU Celebration Bowl. It's a possibility that may be it, man. But you never know in the MEAC because it just looks weird. And as you saw on the opening drive, the second, not the opening drive, the second drive for FAMU, they make one adjustment, after that first drive, one adjustment, and then go pay dirt on that first play. And it was wide, stanky open. That ball was perfectly placed in the skinny post.
Offensive line for the Bulldogs come out. Some new names across that front, but you do have Cam Johnson, the redshirt sophomore, 6'4", 285. Nick Taste out of the Dutch Fork area, 6'2", 295. The center, Eric Brown Jr., 6'3", 336, a true sophomore. And one of the new names, Ian Shark, a true freshman for the Bulldogs, 6'3", 325. And the right tackle, Chris Simon, who had a strong season last year, as it's going to be thrown over the middle, complete at the 30-yard line for the Bulldogs. A short gain there. And that is, yes, a new quarterback. That's Corey Fields. So Buddy P wasn't kidding when he said both quarterbacks would play. Wow. Nick got the first series. Fields looks like he's getting the second series.
Fields had a chance to watch the first drive and get some of the jitters out. Now he can come out now a little more relaxed.
So handoff to the back and runs into his own lineman and backed up there. It was a 2nd down and 4, and this is going to be a big loss on the play. It appears Kendrell Flowers on the carry.
Yeah, you can see Kamari Stevens there, the redshirt junior for FAMU on the tackle there. Him and a host of FAMU rappers on that tackle.
We talked about one of our Cricket Wireless Impact players, number 31, Isaiah Land from Buffalo, New York, 19 sacks a year ago. He's got 3 sacks so far this year and a fumble forced. Looks like a free play. South Carolina State going to get it out, throws this one deep incomplete. It appeared that it was offsides on the Rattlers. Shaq Davis, the intended receiver. And it is indeed going to be offsides on FAMU.
I don't
This
like
is
the
a
fact that they're
series
not pressing Shaq Davis.
That dates back
If
to
he's on the line of
1930.
scrimmage, you have to press him.
FAMU has won the last
Even
two.
if you
They made the
you
overall
got
series 31 to
help.
26, and of
If
course
you
they
have
won
help
last
his
year.
way,
Maybe one of the worst games the
you have
Bulldogs
to
played
press
all
him
year.
off
They
the
were
line of
dominated by
scrimmage
FAMU,
and
30-7.
make Fields
In
read
fact, Corey Fields might have
somewhere
had one of
else.
his
There
worst
you
games as
go.
a
You got to get in
Bulldog.
his face,
He
but
was
don't
sacked
bail.
6 times and threw 3 interceptions
Look at you.
in that game. Here's a reverse near side, and he is forced out of bounds near the first down yard marker at the 45 line, and go ahead and to him to measure this one. So a nice run there on the carry by Justin Brown.
Yeah, great in around, good call there to get a little misdirection there to take away some of the
Yeah,
aggressiveness
Tennessee
of,
is all over LSU.
FAMU's defense. So that was a great call by the offensive coordinator there.
Justin Brown, one of the few players not from South Carolina on
I'm
this
gonna give y'all
Bulldog
an
roster
update on
from
A&M
Cocoa,
and
Florida,
Grambling in a
Space
minute.
Coast High School. Handoff off the left tackle, and that's a good, solid, positive gain, the most from the line of scrimmage on the ground for the Bulldogs as he gets it out across the 40 to the 41. That's Kendrell
Kansas is
Flowers.
17-17.
Flowers is a guy they really want to get going. They know he's talented. He battled some injury issues last year, didn't play a couple of weeks ago due to an injury, and they really think he can be special here for the Bulldogs.
Georgia and Auburn should be playing at
Now, you're a runner. You wanna
in
run
about
it,
another
get
hour.
you in, get you 3 yards,
They should be
4
playing right
yards,
now if they
eventually be able to break 30, 40.
don't see none of them right now.
The goal of a running back each play is to get 3 yards.
All right, still 0-0 in the first quarter. You could
So we
catch
got
the
a stoppage of
A&M
play here. I
and
did not see
Grambling game on
a
HBCU
timeout
Go.
called. The officials are talking with
It's
the
the end of the first quarter, 0-0,
MEAC
and I
officials on
told
the field.
some A&M fans that
Gives us
they
an
weren't gonna do
opportunity
what they
to
thought
tell
that they were
you
gonna do.
how both these teams.
I was in a couple of chats. You said the Georgia. Hold on. 3-3. Hold on, let me get my TV off the internet. All right, so by the way, HBCU Go streams to your local channel 30 or channel 14 or whatever it could be, My TV. That's a local channel for everybody with TV. It looks like there's a backdoor deal that deals with that. Oh, Auburn and Georgia should be at 2:30 on channel CBS, channel 5 for me. Swanigan, you watching something else, man? You watching the old Auburn and Georgia game or something? Yeah, the actual game don't come on for another hour. Or you a psychic? Oh, you talking about Grambling and my bad. Are you talking about? Yeah, Auburn and Georgia don't play until 2:30. Alabama A&M is a commercial, and we don't know what they're reviewing right here.
Play of it, but I didn't seem to see anything there.
Yeah.
Oh, it was the previous play near the sideline. Okay. Because the play they ran off the no huddle was that simple run play off tackle. They were talking about the play previously.
Which would have been on
They got you. Yeah. They don't play until they play at 2:30 on CBS. And anybody that want to watch if you don't want to watch HBCU Go from your computer, you can go to your My TV, channel 14 for me. My TV, HBCU Go is streaming it to My TV. So it looks like I'm gonna tell y'all what happened. So it looks like the SWAC did a deal with HBCU Go for rights to HBCU sports. And behind the scenes, it looks like HBCU Go worked the deal out with the local My TV to capitalize on its funding. So it's pretty much getting a check, two different. Well, it's getting its business taken care of. Alabama A&M quarterback sacked, fumbled, or they're calling it a fumble. The ball was still in his hands. Both teams are both 1-4. But Grambling now has the ball in red zone, and Maynard is going crazy. My bad about this one.
Third down as you get a look at Kendrell Flowers going back to the huddle.
Yeah, you get to see Isaiah Major, too, the linebacker that come down here. He's one of the better players there also on defense, making that tackle there.
He is actually the leading tackler for FAMU.
This may be a 35
Oklahoma City.
35 to 10
Isaiah
game
Major,
right
number 0.
Corey Fields trash.
3 receivers right, 1 left for SC State. Fields back to pass.
Incomplete.
Got pressure. We're going to throw it over the middle. Incomplete. SC State wanted a pass interference. Doesn't appear they're going to get it. And they will have to punt.
Well, it seems like the officials today saying wide receivers got to get open today.
We've seen a couple close ones, and it's early. 8:54 in the first. We've seen 3 potential pass interference calls that were not called. So you're right. They're letting them play. That was kind of a bang-bang play there. As Dyson Roberts back to kick it away out of Sumter, South Carolina.
First and goal for Grambling inside the 2-yard line.
Back to
second and 1, my bad. 2nd and 1 Grambling. They got it 1 yard. They can get a first down.
Will take a FAMU bounce at about the 26-yard line, and that's where the Rattlers will put it in play. Last time they were out, they scored a touchdown.
Grambling. First and goal, Grambling.
60-plus yarder to Xavier Smith. Let's see if the Bulldogs can make some adjustments here against FAMU.
It's a good view right here. See how many people in the game. People still
8:44 on the
yeah.
Florida A&M leads South Carolina State. You're listening to the MEAC Digital Network on ESPN+.
The MEAC Digital Network sucks on ESPN+. All right, so it'll be first and 7 for Grambling. Someone jumped off sides. Seven minutes and 52 seconds in the first quarter. Alabama A&M versus Grambling. And I have Grambling picked to win. I have Grambling winning this game. I do not believe in Alabama A&M at all. Period. Hate me. But we're 28 minutes away from kickoff, Jackson State and Bama State's homecoming. It is homecoming. Both games are officially at a break. I would rather catch this game coming out of break than Norfolk State. First and goal. Quez. It's number 4, Quez. Yeah, he throws the ball away. Calvez, yeah. So Grambling did start Calvez, by the way. Someone was calling for that. Yeah, so that game is kind of ridiculous. I don't expect a big crowd though, man, you know. Not today. For those of y'all that are tapped in, though, man, like the stream, share the stream, bro. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going down. Uh-oh. Oh, Chico live. What are you doing? Pre-game. Okay. Bad view.
To Terrell Jennings up the middle at the 30-yard line. Let's talk about this South Carolina State defense. 9 forced turnovers. You've got 6 interceptions, 3 forced fumbles. Interesting, too, 3 different blocked kicks on the season. They've had 6 sacks as well. The thing I want to ask you about, I think this defensive line needs to play better. I think that's been the issue that they've had, is not getting enough rush on the quarterback.
And Smith to the left. Now Shareed comes from the left side of the field to the right. Bulldogs man-to-man cover.
Pass, got him. Short, plucked away. We have a replay on that. Ready, red. And do it. Go, play it.
Keith.
Zero, Zion Keith.
Yeah.
Transfer from Wake Forest out of Wilson down in Florence, South Carolina. Great play there of getting his hands on the ball now and creating a 3rd and long here.
So 3rd and long for the Rattlers. See what they draw up here. Been interesting watching the lineman, the left tackle, Jalen Gross, 6'7", 270, a transfer from Florida State out of Valdosta, Georgia. Big-time player. Throws over the middle, almost intercepted off the fingertips of a FAMU receiver and almost into the hands of a Bulldog defender.
You saw Jalen Barr there, almost got his first interception of the night there. Ball deflected. Ball seemed like it stayed in the air for a little while. Almost came up about a half a yard short. They
You got to catch that.
Game of inches, I think that's what they mean about it.
It's the Cricket Wireless replay, as you
What's going on, Ms. Jones?
saw just out of the fingertips of the receiver. And
Hey, we're just Ms. Jones, we're just, we're getting ready. We're getting ready. It's pregame. We're 35 minutes from kickoff. So we just getting ready. Catching a little HBCU sports around the horn.
here is the return near side. And he's going to be brought down just shy of the 30 as a flag comes in here late after the play. What did you see there, Demetrius?
Didn't see anything. It came late unless it's holding or something or some type of face mask on the defense. It'd be interesting to see what happened being the time of the flag that was thrown.
Looked like a clean tackle.
Targeted.
So targeting on FAMU, so that should be 15 yards tacked on after the end of the return. And they're going to review this.
They're going to review it.
And, I like this. They reviewed a potential targeting earlier. That's such a crucial call. Make sure you get it right.
Make sure you get it right, because not only is it a 15-yard penalty, but that player, if it indeed comes back as targeting, is disqualified for the rest of the game. So anytime you put kids out of the game and you lose players, now that's a major, major deal.
So as you take a look at the offense huddling up there, Buddy Pugh in his 21st season, 144 and 82. As we take a look at the replay here, let's see what you see.
Duck his head, drop his head. He turned his shoulder.
I think he led with his shoulder there. I think he'll be fine.
Yeah.
Review.
4th and goal for
I will say,
Grambling.
just from that shot, it didn't appear that was needed.
Horrible
Didn't appear that he
red zone
needed to
offense.
throw in there, but we're also not wearing pads and helmets up here in the booth.
Exactly. It's easy for us to say up here sitting in this booth.
So that really was at the very end of the play as he was going down. Very interesting to see what the call is here as they review this. But talking about Buddy Pugh, his 21st season, gives me an opportunity to give a big shout out to the Washington Post. Put a awesome piece on Buddy Pugh. It's very surprising. Washington Post up in D.C. did a piece on a HBCU coach from the state of South Carolina. It was very just kind of out of nowhere. But if you want to know who Buddy Pugh is, if you want to know the respect that he garners from not just the state of South Carolina, I mean, there were quotes in there from Dabo Swinney of Clemson, Shane Beamer of South Carolina, NFL coaches. You got a glimpse of who Buddy Pugh is out of that piece from Washington Post.
Well, he's touched a lot of lives. He's did a lot for South Carolina State University, but he's also did a lot for the Mid-East Athletic Conference. For HBCU football, a lot of people are talking about what Coach Prime, Coach Dion is doing at Jackson State, but Coach Pugh was kind of doing that 20 years ago.
One last look on the Cricket Wireless replay of the play that was not called targeting. And that was Moody on the return. So that is not targeting per the officials.
Bulldog 1st and 10 from that 30-yard line.
And I agree with that. Just live with the shoulder, as you said.
Oh, they fixed the audio a little
So
bit.
out of the shotgun snap, different look here for the Bulldogs. It's just going to be a handoff to Flowers and tries to slip through the opening there across the 30 to the 34. Doesn't quite get there. They're going to back it up at the 32.
With the tackle, number 8, Eric.
New player in there for the Bulldogs. Graduate from Florence, Alex James. Didn't see him much last year. And this is going to be a designed run on the option for the Bulldogs. Nothing doing there, which will bring up a 3rd and long. Yeah.
On the keeper.
Mm-hmm.
Nick.
Very long, very physical, was able to play the dive and the option.
Kind of surprised South Carolina State even running in his direction. So Tyrese Nick back in at quarterback. Check that. That's Fields. Nick was in at wide receiver at one point. You will see 2 quarterbacks throughout the game for the Bulldogs. So Fields going to throw, and that is intercepted. That is intercepted by the Rattlers down at the 36-yard line.
Easy money.
What a grab by B.J. Bowler.
Easy money.
B.J. Bowler.
NFL and all things kind of go downhill now. When the guys get an interception, now it's become a party.
Bowler from Orlando, Florida. A transfer from Mercer. And that was just an errant throw by Fields. And Bowler with a great sliding grab.
Well, if you was FAMU coming up, I should say, from Tallahassee, this is kind of the plan that you would love to have.
Mm-hmm.
If you're South Carolina State, this was kind of the plan you was hoping wouldn't happen. You know, you turn the ball over, you give up a big play on a pass, and now you're giving the 1st down in your territory now.
Bowler, one of the team leaders.
Number 36.
This defense for FAMU, quite a bit of seniors.
See, they go to Xavier right
and
here.
returnees. So
If they
here are the
don't hand the
Rattlers back
ball
on
off, it's
offense
going to
after the
Xavier.
turnover. Musa
I'm taking a
has
shot.
it in Bulldog territory at the 36. So great opportunity here for FAMU to go up 2 scores with this high-powered passing attack. 6:30 remains in this first quarter. They lead at 7-0 here in Orangeburg.
And I think the officials are reviewing the play to make sure that the ball was not trapped there and that it was actually intercepted clean there.
And they're not overturning
as
this.
The replay officials seem to be back on the field.
You know, you mentioned it off air. I want to bring it up on the air here on the MEAC Digital Network. The crowd from Tallahassee. I mean, unbelievable traveling crowd for FAMU. You talked about how the Rattlers off air are like a brand.
Yeah, it's a national brand. You know, the FAMU Rattlers, and their enrollment has been, you know, one of the bigger enrollments in HBCUs for the past 15, 20 years. So they have a lot of alumni out there. So whenever you have a lot of undergrad students, you have a lot of alumni.
So we've got a stoppage play here, not immediate timeout.
Can
I'm
we
not sure what
please
this is about.
proceed? Y'all are not changing the call.
I believe they were confirming the interception. I just heard a little bit
It's confirmed.
of
Let's
some
go.
of the talk from the MEAC officials next door. Yes. So the interception is confirmed. Looked pretty clean to us, but once again, make sure you get it right.
Well, being a high school football coach, I'm all about the replay. You know, we don't get that benefit.
As a high school sportscaster, I agree. I would love to see replay. And here's a reverse for FAMU, but SC State has it sniffed out.
That was a
And
bad
what a
play
play
call.
made there on the near side of the
You get a
field. That
turnover, you take a
was
shot.
DeMarcus Doe. Xavier Smith was coming near side as we take a look at the Cricket Wireless replay.
Great discipline by B.J. Davis there. You saw B.J. was the guy that kind of made him go out because he did his job and he was at home and gave Doe a chance to come over and make a great play and actually caused the fumble. It just happened to go out of bounds.
DeMarcus Doe, one of the new starters for the Bulldogs, trying to make an impact and makes his presence felt there. This redshirt junior getting an opportunity to be a starter for the Bulldogs. I guess he would have sat behind Jacoby Durant. That would have been that spot. 3 receivers right, 1 left. It's going to be a pass over the middle. Pass was tipped. You know, Demetrius, we talked about this defensive line playing a role in an impact, and that's a couple of tip passes already.
Well, anytime you can get penetration in the backfield, you got a chance to be able to put your hand on the ball, which is, to me, just as good as getting a sack. You know, anytime you can see penetration in the offensive line and defensive linemen getting their hands back and freeing up the linebackers, then that's what you want.
And it's not for lack of size on the part of Jeremy Musa. He looks the part as it pertains to being a quarterback. 6'3", 225. He gets off the bus. You can just take one wild guess what position he plays. He looks like a QB.
Well, you'd think he's either a quarterback or a power forward for the Lakers. He looks like one of those two guys.
Trips to the far side, one to the near side. Musa with a long third down and about 16 yards to go. There's a blitz. Ball is on the ground. No whistle. This is a live ball. South Carolina State's going to take it into the end zone for a touchdown. Oh, my. Chris Simmons, the hometown boy out of Orangeburg, the scoop and score.
I don't know what that was.
No whistle. They're absolutely going to review this one. You got to believe.
Well, they're going to review it. I think we're going to get a replay here in a little bit to see if his hand was coming forward. But one thing the officials are always doing in this case, they'll rather go ahead and say that it was a fumble and then overturn it than to have to overturn that it wasn't a fumble. If that makes sense. But they're going to let it play out and watch the review. Watch the preview.
Listen, the SWAC and the MEAC have to get better officials. He threw the ball. It hit someone in the helmet. They have to get better officials. The umpire that's behind the quarterback that's seeing the throw, he is the one that has to make that call. This is elementary. This is pedestrian reffing at this juncture. They called it a fumble? What are you doing? No, it's not a fumble. There's no reason for this. Listen, take the 6 points off the board. It is 4th down. Punt the freaking ball. If they call this a touchdown, they are out of their minds.
But now it's probably 3.5, 2 miles up on the hill right there. It's Orangeburg Wilkinson High School.
Yeah. So they are still under review. I don't think they confirmed it yet.
This is the slowest review process.
And that's a shot in the arm, not just for the defense, but for the offense. Offense been struggling a little bit, trying to get something going. That can give them a little momentum and possibly carry over. So they are officially announcing that the play is under review. We may get another look or two at that, but my goodness, at the 5:26 mark, this is a crucial play very early in this game.
Well, you're looking at, I would say, a 14-point swing because if FAMU scores here, they got a chance to go up by 14. And if this play stands here for South Carolina State, great defensive play there, this game is tied. So we're back 0-0 basically for all practical purposes. This play stands.
So as they're taking a look at it, told you about Buddy Pugh and the career that he's had. That piece in the Washington Post that I highly encourage you to go read that had so many great quotes from people around the state. And, say what you will, we haven't even talked about the Celebration Bowl win, where I thought it was very interesting watching that game, national television. So cool, South Carolina State, but really just the HBCU National Championship in general, the only game of the day. Huge for recruiting, no matter who's in that game. And you had Deion Sanders in those Aflac commercials, of course, the coach for Jacksonville State, in which South Carolina State beat. And it was Buddy Pugh and the Bulldogs dominating Deion Sanders, who's in all those commercials. And listen, Deion Sanders done a great job with that program, but it was the Bulldogs' day.
It was the Bulldogs' day. And I think, South Carolina State, as a Bulldog, was a big underdog that day. Everybody kind of thought, that Jackson State would be able to beat South Carolina State. For South Carolina State to come out and not only win that game, but dominate Jackson State the way they did, it was kind of touching when you saw the tear kind of rolling down Coach Pugh's face at the end of the game. I could understand, man, that was a moment of gratitude, not only just for not only just for South Carolina State, but just for the ball program, the university, for Orangeburg, South Carolina.
If they call this a fumble,
so we did get another look at it on the Cricket Wireless replay while we were.
This is out of their mind crazy. It hit off the back of the lineman's helmet.
It's not a tough call.
A lot closer
getting another look at that play.
Well, anytime it takes this long, it's probably a gray area in there.
Watch it hit off the helmet.
Ruling on the field is
He's
fumble,
throwing the
so
ball.
therefore it's gonna
It hits
take
off the helmet.
video evidence to
There
say that
is
the ball was not
no.
that he still had the ball in his hand.
There's no
for it to
fumble.
be an incomplete pass.
I apologize. I know I said Jackson State, that Deion Sanders coaches. But the HBCU 2021 national champion, South Carolina State Bulldogs, as this is going to be probably our best look at it right here on the quick wireless replay. You know, that angle looks like it's going forward. That angle looks like that's an incomplete pass.
And it looked like the defense is coming back down, too.
Yeah, that's the best look we've seen right there. Great job by our camera officials and crew. So there it is. And that will still bring up a 4th down. So they wiped the touchdown off the board as it was an incomplete pass. And FAMU will punt it away to South Carolina State. So the Bulldogs still get the stop.
Still get the stop. You take points off the board. But now FAMU is definitely winning the field position battle so far this first quarter.
It's a high boot. Going to be caught around the 5-yard line, and that's where the Bulldogs will put it in play. You know, one of the things we mentioned for this South Carolina State offense is, you know, looking at the numbers, FAMU has given up an average of 174 on the ground. And that's probably why we've seen Kendrell Flowers get so many carries here early in the game.
Yeah, and he's been getting, 3, 4, 5 yards a pop there, which is part of the game plan. So look for another heavier dose, I would say, for Kendrell Flowers as he come back in and just kind of give him a little bit, and hoping that sooner or later one of these runs will pop.
So unsportsmanlike.
These refs are trash. And it is still 3-0 Grambling over A&M. A&M is driving. They just went for it on the 4th down, converted it, moving the ball a little bit, but they have not scored a touchdown. And I don't see them scoring a touchdown on this drive. I think that they're going to F it up, and they have the potential to be able to do so. Let's see what A&M does right here. We are 19 minutes away from the game that we're all here to watch. Hopefully we'll see more people file in the closer we get to the game. And let's have some fun. So drop your scores in the chat. Let me know who you got. If you got Jackson State winning or if you got Alabama State winning, give us your scores. You know what I'm saying? We're getting closer to the game, so you got to predict now. That's a win for FAMU defense.
In the area of holding. And look who's down, wincing in pain. That's Isaiah Land, top defender for FAMU. Looks like he gets up and he's okay, walking it off. They're going to call holding.
Yeah, they got an interior hold there. Normally when that umpire throws that flag that close to the play, there's holded by one of the interior linemen.
Well, now Land appears to be more hurt than thought. He needs trainers to help him get to the sideline. That is not good news for Rattler fans. That is your best player, not just on your defense, but on your entire football team. A guy that had 19 sacks a year ago, your leader on your defense. And right now, he's on the sideline. Big moment for the Bulldogs. Going to pass this one far side, one-on-one coverage. Did he bring that in? What a grab. What a grab for South Carolina State. Rakeem White, out of Bluffton. Didn't have him in my starting lineup, and he comes in off the bench and makes a huge grab and takes the Bulldogs not just out of the shadow of their own end zone, but a much better field position at their own 39. Play action fake. Fields going to throw, and that is incomplete at the 45. Intended for Flowers. 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, I think that was more of an RPO there off the backside of the. Looked like they wanted to run zone to the front side. And they had a little quick screen to the 3-by receiver side there. Fields just kind of threw it behind the receiver there a little bit.
2nd down and 10. 3 receivers to the near side, none on the far side. And they're going to give off to Flowers and his best run of the day as he gets it up to the 45-yard line. And this is where you might see a hefty dose of Flowers once again with Land out of the game, injured. Your best run stopper and pass rusher for FAMU out of the game. Flowers might be able to take advantage here as you get a good look at him out of Irmo. Initially committed to Wake Forest out of high school. And transferred here to the Bulldogs.
Makes no sense how much credit they're giving this guy.
3 receivers to the near side, 1 on the far side.
That was a dumb play call.
Fields back to pass, going to dump it out to the running back and get some positive yards there. Going to be just shy of the first down. That was Alex James. It's actually a transfer from Albany State. He's from Florence, but
EIE says Jackson State by 10.
Brings out the punt team. So just shy of the first down, about 2 yards,
21.
and the Bulldogs will kick it away with Dyson Roberts. You know, Bulldogs had their best play thus
So
far.
Jackson State by 21. Give me an actual score. Like, is it 42-21? Is it 35 with, you know what I'm saying, to 14? You know, give me a score. Not what you think they'll win by. Because if you think that it's only going to be 21 points, that's interesting. Everything says it's going to be tight. Oh.
Rattlers will put it in play. Great punt there by Roberts.
Great punt by Roberts. He was able to angle that. You know, one skill that a lot of people have is being able.
Jackson State is averaging over 48. What is it, 48 or 49 points a game? So you think that they're only going to score 20? Interesting. That's interesting. So we haven't got any movement out of this screen just yet for broadcasting purposes.
Great weekend for the institution and the football team trying to make it 3 wins in a row. Your early observations of the way that Coach Wilson has got things going.
Much improved. I mean, not to say the guys before.
I agree with you about it being football, and anything can happen. Turnovers, unforeseen things transpire. However, I don't see this defense holding Jackson State to 21 points. They'll have 21 points in the first quarter the way this team attacks. So that's why I was interested in Erica's response, because she said they'll win by 21 points. And I'm thinking that Jackson State's going 21 points in the first quarter. I think that Jackson State is looking to replicate the Alabama A&M game or the FAMU game. They're trying to play at that level and correct and finally put together a dominant game where they all phases of the game is working and they dominate in every area. By the way, Alabama A&M did score. The score is 7-3. Alabama A&M. Grambling just got the ball and looked like they had a lineman returning the thing. What up, Shad? What's good?
A rivalry renewed. These two schools, of course, longtime rivals in the MEAC. FAMU now plays in the SWAC.
Looks like people are picking up now, looking for the game.
Handoff, and that's the first big opening that Terrell Jennings is.
We're gonna go directly to the game, no matter what's going on in this FAMU South Carolina State game. As soon as the broadcast becomes available for the start of this game, we're gonna go directly to the game. So right now we're just catching up with FAMU and South Carolina State at the moment.
Per game on offense, one of the better passing offenses in the SWAC.
By the way, the score, because you don't see a ticker on this game, the score is 7-0 FAMU. That's pass interference. You raped X. They didn't throw a flag? Oh, wow. That was rape.
Minus the big play, of course.
A secondary so far, you take away that play. I guess if it's a possibility to take away that play, basically they're doing a great job of defending the pass.
And that big touchdown by FAMU just seemed to be a breakdown in coverage, miscommunication on the Bulldogs. So third down upcoming. FAMU came in 37% on third down this season. Musa rolls to his left, has his man caught right at the first down yard marker. And looks like he just got it if he brought that ball in, and he did. That was Oxidine, his 12th catch on the season. First time we've called his name.
Listen,
sideline warning on Florida A&M.
The video
Oxidine
that you're getting is not me.
From St. Augustine, Florida. Transfer from UT Martin.
Yeah, I've been impressed with the way Moose has been able to move, rolling to his left, and that was a strike that he was able to throw there on that comeback route there.
Yeah, tough throw.
Tough throw for a right-handed quarterback rolling to his left.
That might have been a tougher throw than a catch made by Oxidine. So new set of downs for the Rattlers at the 140 mark of the first quarter. Slow-moving first quarter. 7-0, Rattlers lead. Musa with a wide-open receiver on a flag route coming near side, incomplete. Oh, boy, overshot his intended receiver, Smith, who had the big touchdown earlier today.
Yeah, he missed him a little bit. Seemed like South Carolina State was in a little cover two there, where they needed to get a little help from Zion Keith there with that corner ball there. He kind of took the cheese, is what we call it, when they run the little hitch in front of you. They run the corner ball behind you there. Kind of midline that thing a little bit and make that a little tougher throw for him.
So second down and 10. After the incomplete pass by Musa, and it's going to be a little misdirection, and the running back gets out to the 30 to the 31. That's Terrell Jennings again.
Man, make sure you're liking the
Take
stream.
a look at Cricket Wireless replay.
Man.
A little misdirection there. I thought that was a good job of playing that by Musa.
Right. Well, it's back to we talked about the eye discipline. They give you a little eye candy. All it is basically inside zone they're running, but they'll run a little jet motion away to see if your eyes will leave for a little while, and next thing you know, the running back's got a 5-6 yard gain.
Musa playing it off with the throwing motion, trying to fool the defense. 4 wideouts. Musa back to pass. Good pocket throws, and that is caught by his intended receiver. Just picks up the first down. So back-to-back third down conversions for FAMU, and they're going no huddle. Look at this.
They're going no huddle, trying to pick the tempo up a little bit.
Quick snap, hand off to Jennings, and he's tackled for maybe a loss on the play. Bulldogs were not fooled on that one.
Well, that's give us the first time to call one of our favorite guys, Jablonski Green's name. That's the first time we had a chance to call Jablonski's name today.
Jablonski Green, an outstanding player. Huge part of that national championship season for the Bulldogs last year. And there is another quick pitch and catch by this FAMU offense. That time it was Jay Marashareed on the reception, picking up 11 yards.
Yeah, FAMU is trying to pick up the tempo a little bit and put their approach on South Carolina State and
what's y'all
see
score?
if they can get something going here quick.
What y'all got the game being, man?
And that will do it for the first quarter. Rattlers are in business.
We 8 minutes away from kickoff. 8 minutes away from kickoff. What's your score? I'm going to go ahead and tell y'all my score right now. I have Jackson State. I think it might be like 56-7, something like that. Alabama State, could possibly score. They won't score more than 20 points. This defense is looking for a shutout, officially an official shutout. So in order for them to get an official shutout, they're going to have to handle their business appropriately. Swanica says 59-15 because it's home. Yes, it's homecoming. That's even more. That's extra motivation. Let me get off this game, man. I don't even know why I clicked on it. So it's still 7-3 In the second quarter, Alabama A&M over Grambling. Alabama A&M has the ball, and it's 3rd and 10 for Alabama A&M. Again, we're moments away from kickoff. Hopefully, well, not hopefully, but maybe more people are in the building. It's 4th and about 6 for Alabama A&M. 7-3 still. He's left the offense out on the field. I think he's going to try to draw them offsides again. Nope, he sent out the punt team. He waited. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? We're just previewing the FAMU and South Carolina State game up until kickoff. We are 6 minutes away from kickoff. Like the stream, share the stream. It's going up. I do see more people are popping in and out, waiting on that game to come, but it is not available just yet. We're going to get it in for sure. All right, so it's Grambling's ball. It's 11 minutes and 50 seconds to go in the second quarter of that game with A&M winning 7-3. Grambling's only points came off a turnover off of a sack fumble by the defensive end or somebody. And it led to a field goal. The offense has sputtered ever since, and they really haven't gotten anything going. If they get something going, they may be able to pull off something, because it looks like A&M is having problems moving the ball. All right, so green check mark. Luka? All right, so we see that the broadcast is about to come on for that game. I am paying attention. I am going to flip back and forth. So we'll just watch a little bit of this.
Roster, I didn't have A.J. Davis in my prep. That might be his first carry of the season. As you take a look at Jeremy Musa and the back of this Rattler offense, and take a look at the big right tackle, Cameron Colvin, the redshirt senior on this line, 6'4", 290, good-looking player. Musa going to throw over the middle, and that is caught by the receiver inside Bulldog territory at the 39. That was David Meningo. Take a look at the Cricket Wireless replay.
Alabama State.
Good grab over the middle.
Yep, good pitch and catch there.
And that was tackle made by Dwayne Nichols. He came in with 21 stops on the season. Rattlers have a new set of downs, and I think that might be the 5th straight completion by Musa. He's in rhythm. 2 receivers to the near side, tight end, lined up. Musa going to roll to his right, being chased, scrambles out of the pocket, and it's incomplete. So Mary may not have jinxed him with the first incompletion in quite some time. 2nd down and 10. He was on the run. I mentioned the tight end as we take a look at the Cricket Wireless replay. Things just kind of broke down.
And the line didn't block nobody on that play.
Blockers, but some big bodies there for the Rattlers.
Yeah, they line up and use more of a H-back and get an extra hat, to block a defensive end and a linebacker.
Kamara Young in there now at H-back. And used here as a blocker as they hand off to the back straight ahead, but down he goes at the 35-yard line of SC State. So a positive gain there, and it will bring up yet another 3rd down here on the Cricket Wireless replay. That is Davis getting the handoff. Davis out of Lakeland, Florida, a transfer from Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it seems like FAMU's been spending some time in the transfer portal. They have some transfer.
Yada, yada, yada. Still haven't began yet, ladies and gentlemen. So as soon as the
We're
game
at
goes
FAMU.
live, we're going live.
Florida A&M. Back to pass is Musa looking, going to throw over the middle. That is caught by the receiver. Oh, that's Xavier Smith into the end zone. Touchdown, Rattlers. Got free from the defense, and the second touchdown of the game for Xavier Smith.
And we go back to talking about the momentum of when that fumble, that overturned fumble, how big a play that was at that time. Now you can see the momentum now headed back over to the FAMU side.
And my apologies, that is J. Marah Shareed. Shareed, interestingly enough, the second leading receiver for the Rattlers. That's his first touchdown of the season. So my apologies on the initial call. Smith and Shareed almost look like the same player in terms of body type. And that kick is good for the Rattlers, and Florida A&M leading now 14-0 over South Carolina State. The visitors up 2 scores. We'll step aside for a time. You're watching the meet.
Yeah, we are. We done watching that garbage. Let's go. And the game ain't live yet, y'all. And I got this thing up on multiple. But again, we just waiting on this thing to go live, and we live. There we go.
In Montgomery, it's homecoming from Alabama State, and a special buzz is in the air. They're lined up outside the stadium along the streets to witness this beautiful homecoming game as we say hello and welcome to ESPN College Football, presented by McDonald's. Tall task awaits as the 8th-ranked Jackson State Tigers are on the prowl to take on the Hornets of Alabama State. But last time JSU was in town was back in that spring 2021 season. It was Deion Sanders' debut. Alabama State ran off 21 points in the fourth quarter, handing Coach Prime his first collegiate loss as a head coach. And after the game, the Hornets took a parting shot at Coach Prime. But since then, he's had the last laugh as we say hello and welcome you in alongside my partner, the former Howard University and NFL quarterback, Jay Walker. I'm Tiffany Green, and Coach Prime since then has certainly provided a lot of ammunition leading up to today's homecoming game. Would you agree?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think he took that personal, that picture right there. We'll see how that plays out today, though.
Well, it's something about that Sanders name, Jay, that likes to push boundaries. And when you look at his son, Shedeur Sanders at quarterback, he has played his way into the Heisman conversation.
And that's why I see Shedeur Sanders as a young man that's making a name for himself as a quarterback. One of the best passers you'll see in college football. He's dynamic. He makes great decisions. He knows where to go with the football. His accuracy is second to none. He's the real deal, and he's adding athleticism. I haven't seen a guy like Shedeur Sanders in this conference since a guy by the name of like Steve McNair and Bruce Eugene. He's one of those guys that every time he's on the field, he drops back the pass, you get on the edge of your seat because something special can happen.
His numbers jump off to you, quite impressive. Now, when you think about this matchup between the two, many say, okay, well, Jackson State heavily favored here, but how does Alabama State stand a chance?
Well, anytime you're taking on the number 1 team in HBCU football and ranked number 8 nationally, you say, how do you win it? Well, if you have a quarterback that's a dual threat quarterback, you can win any football game on any given Saturday in college football. And fortunately for the Hornets, they've got a transfer from Auburn named D. Davis, who was one of the most highly recruited quarterbacks in the history of Texas football. He's been on the big stage. He knows how to win these games. If he can get it going, even though he's just a freshman, if he can seize the moment and say, hey, I deserve to be here, I'm going head-to-head against Shedeur Sanders, take advantage of it, that's how the Hornets have a chance.
Four-star quarterback, Jay, to your point, coming out of high school. Well, let's check this out. Coming up today, this is a little appetizer, a menu of sorts of what we can expect. Your power rankings, Jay, along with the top HBCU homecomings.
Ooh.
The question is, will Alabama State make the list? Question mark.
Okay.
Okay. And then Shedeur Sanders, of course, we will continue to talk about his bid and campaign for the Heisman Trophy. Coach Eddie Robinson Jr. in his first season at his alma mater is waiting to take the field. Of course, he was an excellent linebacker for the Hornets under the late legendary head coach Houston Markham, a two-time SWAC Defensive Player of the Year, and now he gets to coach in his first homecoming game. But we've talked all season long about first for Coach E-Rob.
And he's a laid-back guy, but I'm going to tell you, talking to him down on the field in the pregame, there's electricity in this place right now. He's coaching his alma mater in his very first homecoming. There's nothing like homecoming in the HBCU community. Hosting Jackson State, he wants to get at it. He's eager to get at it, and he's got a sneaky calmness about him. I think we felt the whole time we've been here in the city of Montgomery that everybody outside the city thinks they don't have a chance, but the people here believe in Coach Robinson. They think they have a chance.
Well, they're having to wait a little bit extra in terms of coming onto the field, and so that anticipation only builds more and more. On the other side, the sonic boom of the South sitting in the stands, and a number of Jackson State fans have traveled over from Mississippi's capital city to be here for this homecoming game. Remember, it was last year that Jackson State hosted Alabama State for their homecoming, and that was an epic homecoming, a sellout crowd of 60,000 plus.
These two teams here, you see it's close. The margin lately, but I go back to, that spring game, and then last year, when you talk about Jackson State, ASU, two of the traditional blue bloods of SWAC football.
As Coach Prime, Deion Sanders, in his third season as head coach, leads his Tigers out onto the field. And what do you think about these unis, too?
I like the chrome, but you know what? This is one of my favorite moments in HBCU football. When Jackson State, the sonic boom of the South, plays, get ready, because here we come, and the pom-poms are going. They've got some swagger. JSU, do you believe?
Plenty of swagger with their head coach, the Pro Football Hall of Famer.
Don't worry, it's not me. It's ESPN.
Is this crowd here inside Hornets Stadium as both teams have taken the field? This is also, we have to mention, an outstanding facility in all of FCS football. This is one of the premier venues to see a football game.
I agree with you. I don't know where you can find a 30,000-seat stadium that has all the amenities to it. Hornets Nest celebrating their 10-year anniversary from when this stadium opened up, and they made the call. They need their fans to be electric. They want to try and make Jackson State as uncomfortable in this building as they can.
Jay, we expect to see a sellout crowd, and again, all the conversation that we heard coming up was who's going to be here. Terrell Owens is here on the field. Coach Eddie Robinson played in the NFL. Coach Prime played in the NFL. T.O. in the NFL. So much hype and attention around it. But I also remember earlier this week when Coach Prime had a little something to say about playing here for homecoming.
It's a money game, isn't it? This is like one of those games that you invite the opponent so you could make a lot of money, because Jackson State travels deep. They come with all the fanfare, all the love. You know how many fans we travel with. We one of the greatest shows on earth. We like Ringling, Barnum, and Bailey Circus, but the black version of it.
I love the fact that we're going to play Alabama State for their homecoming. I love it. Quote me. I love it.
And we love the fact that we get to be here in Montgomery, Alabama to witness this edition of Jackson State, Alabama State, as the teams are now on the field. ASU wins the toss. They defer, so Jackson State will receive it to start off this ball game. And it goes as a touchback, and we'll get our first look at Shedeur Sanders, the sophomore quarterback for Jackson State, who we just talked about. Phenomenal year that he's put up. The numbers outstanding. But beyond that, Jay, what more have you seen from him from last year to now?
The improvement in decision making on when to run the football. Last year, he was strictly a pocket passer. He's extremely athletic, but now we're starting to see the athleticism on the field, climbing in the pocket, when to tuck the ball and run, and continue drive to get the first down. I mean, he's had pretty much a perfect season. Those are perfect numbers for a quarterback, pretty much with only one interception on the year.
And Jay, he's been perfect against SWAC opponents. 12-0 since he started at Jackson State. His undefeated Tigers on the field. And his top-ranked offense ready to go. They hand the ball off and keep it on the ground. Powering ahead is Savion Wilkerson. Wilkerson, who has been a nice addition to that backfield.
Wilkerson transferred from Delaware State University. And you talk about having a guy that's really made this offense go. They wanted to have the ability to improve the running game. They've changed on the offensive line and added Wilkerson, and now this rushing attack is a threat.
They keep it on the ground once more. They go for 36 and White. And a gain of about 1. That'll bring up third down. Demarais Bellamy on the stop.
Talking to Alabama State defensive coordinator Ryan Lewis during the week and before the game, how are you going to make Shedeur Sanders uncomfortable? He said, you can't disguise the blitz because everybody's too far from the line of scrimmage. We're going to put guys within 3 or 4 yards from the line of scrimmage and blitz them so they can get there. And you see that look right now. Look how many guys on the line of scrimmage.
And they're coming. That's Bubba Adams, who was in his face. Pass complete on third down. And the extra effort from Dallas Daniels allows them to keep this drive going and move the sticks.
Cannot press JSU.
And that's Shane Hook's correction on that catch.
Defense got to adjust quick because the receivers just ran
That's
right by
the
the press.
Spoil of riches on the outside for Shedeur Sanders. So many different receivers that he could go to. Running in this pro-style offense, quickly getting it away, and there the target is Dallas Daniels, who has been a favorite for Shedeur this season.
He's established himself as the go-to wide receiver for Sanders, a transfer again from Western Illinois. Came in there and took the starting spot. This guy can play the special player, NFL talent, and they seem to have that connection. Look how aggressive Alabama State is with all the black jerseys that close to the line of scrimmage, challenging Jackson State.
Pass is complete, but a penalty marker comes back at the 42-yard line.
Offsides or false start?
Offside. Defense. Number 9. That penalty is declined. Result to the play. First down.
That flag was too quick.
So that was Brandon Gaddy, who was whistled for being offsides, but matters not. And so across midfield are the Tigers, who put up a total of 533 yards on average per game. They're moving now. 1st and 10 from the Alabama State 48. Sanders again, and quickly there is Colton Bubba Adams. Adams, the middle linebacker, who's finally healthy for this Hornets group, been riddled with injury throughout his career.
And normally when you look at a team, you say it comes down in the trenches, how the defensive line is going to be. But if you're going to play so much man-to-man coverage and try and pressure Shedeur Sanders, it's the back end. It's the secondary for Alabama State that has to step up and play big today.
Powering ahead is Wilkerson. And that offensive line creating some space, and that was one of the conversations that Coach Prime had with his staff. Went out, got a new offensive coordinator, and Brett Bartolone wanted to make improvements along that offensive line to protect Shedeur Sanders. And thus far, it's worked out quite well for them.
Here we go. Here's that matchup. Passing situation. Crowd the line of scrimmage. One safety high. Man-to-man coverage. Who's he going to go to?
Looking and finding Kevin Coleman, who drops it. And holding there, that's Keenan Isaac. I'll tell you, Ryan Lewis very confident with his quarterbacks.
Yeah, you saw Sanders trying to slide to buy time in the pocket, but they made him hurry to throw a little bit, not able to come away with it. But how about this? 4th down, first series of the game. Coach Prime has the offense still on the field.
Confident in his group. Shedeur Sanders was 4-4 for that first incompletion, but you see the numbers in terms of how they fare on 4th down. 67% of the time, the Tigers are successful.
Looks like they're going to blitz and may bring a corner blitz from the weak side.
Got your man.
Pressure in his face, gets it away, and the Alabama State defense holds. That was Nelson Jordan who was bringing the pressure.
They said they were going to bring the pressure, and the key was not just to make him uncomfortable, but get him off his spot. They left Shedeur Sanders out of the pocket, nowhere to go. Defensive stop for the Hornets.
We had a match to take, though. I don't know why we had a match to take.
That was good defense right there by the Hornets. That was bad offense by Jackson State. I'm gonna tell y'all why it was bad, because maybe they come back to it, but whoever is on Dallas Daniels is getting beat off the line of scrimmage every time he goes up to press. Every time they walk down their cornerbacks to get in Jackson State's face, it's scary. Now, granted, Coleman should have caught that ball. It was placed in the perfect spot, going toward the sideline. You got to make the big play catch right there. You make that catch, you keep the drive alive. But at the same time, you do want to kind of make it difficult. I don't think that Alabama State's doing anything special. They're just trying to clog up the middle of the field. They're trying to make Shedeur read outside the hashes. So anything that he throws would have to be in the realm of the left sideline, the right sideline. They're not trying to give up anything deep. But unfortunately, there is some kinks in that armor that I saw in that first drive. So you have to look out for that. Now, here's the thing. Can Alabama State capitalize off this momentum? You're home. You just got a big stop. Your offense is a little suspect, but you got everything right with you right now. The crowd is in the game. What can you do right here coming out of this commercial break? Will you respond? And this is significant because if they are able to respond right here, then everything would kind of be almost right in this particular first quarter. However, we all know that there's a problem at Jackson State by starting slow. So the game is returning here shortly, and there is some adjustments being barked out as we speak.
Back here in Montgomery, Alabama State has the ball for the first time today. D. Davis saw some pressure right in his face. Geronte Davis was the one who deflected that pass. And we'll introduce you to D. Davis, the transfer. Started out his career at Auburn, never played, and now he suits up as a freshman for Eddie Robinson Jr.'s team.
And I want to see if this defense of Jackson State, which is one of the best in FCS football, the best, pardon me, if they can catch him. I mean, I don't know if they've seen a quarterback yet with his athleticism and escapability.
Back after being out a couple of games, pass complete to Jeremiah Hickson. Hickson, gain of a few, and there's Davis once more, who has been active. He's a player who has really emerged on that defensive side of the ball with a very stacked linebacker group.
The speed, you saw it there, has the ability to play the football inside and out. Crucial third down right here for Alabama State, considering the defense did a job of getting a stop, particularly on fourth down. Can't afford to go 3 out early against this stingy Tiger defense.
Davis delivering the ball and right to the hands of Levante Chenault, and Chenault has enough for the first down. Good throw.
Oh, just enough to get the first down. The 6'2" freshman wide receiver from DeSoto, Texas, climbs the ladder. Nice execution by the offense. Still want to see them get Davis involved in running the football.
And there he is right there. The RPO spins off, and that's exactly what he has the ability to do. 6 yards on the game.
You know, the key, would they be able to catch him? And you see here, they're in a good play design, but look at the athleticism here. Spin move, X button, keep his balance, continue to run to pick up positive yards.
And a late flag coming in on the play.
Oh, man, it's against that mistake.
After play is over, unsportsmanlike conduct on the offense, number 66. 15-yard penalty, down counts, second down. That is number 66. First unsportsmanlike conduct of the game.
Can't have it. I mean, Tari and Stafford, you're one of the veterans on the offensive line. You played a lot of football for Alabama State. Game at home, homecoming crowd, you're moving the ball. Costly penalty, costly.
They were in Jackson State territory. Now they move back into their own. Hickson in motion. Davis delivers it once more to Chenault. Chenault, who is a player that when we talked to Harry Williams Jr., the offensive coordinator, said we got to keep feeding him the ball.
Showing the great hands. Got to take an eye as he limps off the field. Keep an eye on that. That would be big for Alabama State. But you see the athletic ability, the great hands, and the chemistry he seems to have with his quarterback, D. Davis.
Davis, along with Chenault, among the many impactful transfers on this Alabama State team here on 3rd and 8.
They're coming for him.
Sensing it, and that's what Davis can do. Gets outside and is able to pick up the first down, and then a little extracurricular after. Brought down from behind by Nugget Warren.
You remember I asked you earlier, would they be able to catch him? They're bringing the pressure, and they can't catch him. That's just speed to the corner to get there. Gets around Silver Craig.
Late hit. Defense. Number 4.
To make
that
plays
15-yard
like
penalty. We add to the end of the run. First down.
And you see the takedown. You know, that's the takedown there, just playing football. Cameron Craig is a really good safety. Really good. But that's going to be the one. Those dual threat quarterbacks, defensive coordinator Dennis Thurman for Jackson State knows that we've got to contain him. They got to try and keep him in the pocket rather than let him make athletic plays like we just saw.
Well, that penalty now pushes Alabama State into the red zone. Look, confusion right there, but D. Davis makes good on it, picks up positive yards. 2nd and about 6.
Now, if you're Alabama State, take your time a little bit. You cross midfield, you picked up a first down. You have an opportunity to put the first points of the game on the board. I don't think you want to get involved in a track meet against Jackson State. So if you can be a little bit methodical once you cross midfield, slow down the pace, continue to move the football, good strategy.
Low snap for Davis and snuff out immediately as Ja'Cory Merritt was brought down. That was Jeremiah Brown wrapping him up.
Yeah, unblocked defensive end, a little bit of confusion created with the blitzing linebacker coming from the outside. Jeremiah Brown makes another big play. He's really emerged into a pretty good football player for Jackson State.
Important SWAC East ball game as a timeout taken on the field. We will step aside as well. The Hornets spend their first timeout of the half.
All right, so a good first drive by Alabama State, kept alive by well, it was a first down anyway, but pushed even further into Jackson State territory via a 15-yard penalty that I felt like shouldn't have been a 15-yard penalty. Both of them are going in two different directions. Nuggets momentum is carrying him forward, and D Davis is trying to put the brakes on and get down. But whatever, it's SWAC refs. So it is what it is. They get the 15-yard penalty. Bama State's looking to try to do something here. D Davis is showing some of his shiftiness. There's a few things that I am noticing here from Jackson State. It looks like they're in the place to be, but they're not making the play just yet. That's a sign, there's some adjustments there that'll be made there. But Alabama State is trying to do exactly what it needs to do. Eat up some of the clock. It's already halfway through the first quarter. There's no score on the game, and it's 3rd and 10 right now. So this is a dangerous position. Do you really want to chance it by putting the ball in the air, or do you want to be conservative here and try to rush rush toward the middle of the field, give your kicker an opportunity to get 3 on the board before looking at Jackson State's offense again, which your defense is looking like it's up for the challenge thus far, despite some earlier success in moving the actual ball. So don't forget to like the stream. You can share the stream if you like. Feel free to donate to the channel. Cash App is pinned, but it is $KSLP 1020. It is homecoming week at Alabama State. And let's get back to the game and see what Alabama State does on this 3rd and 10.
Generation of Black excellence.
Oh, yeah, that was the vibe from our Black College Live show on the yard here at Alabama State. And an important 3rd and 10 coming up for their football team.
Can we give credit to the job that the university did? Quentin Ross, Jason Kaywood, athletic director.
Jessica Madison, who helped put it together. Cullen Davis as well. They did a phenomenal job. Thank you. Now, this 3rd and 10 here inside the red zone. Davis with time. Puts it up, has a man, and it's in for the score. Touchdown catch. Keyshawn Johnson.
I love the decision making by D. Davis here. Watch the patience. Normally it's 3rd and 10. He knows he needs 10 yards. He can run from 2 yards, but keeps his vision down the field. And Keyshawn Johnson comes open for the score. Opening statement, first blow by Alabama State.
First touchdown of the season for Keyshawn Johnson. Nathaniel Eichner, the true freshman kicker, on to attempt the extra point.
Missed.
And it is no good.
Oh, man.
Mark that. Mark that. You got games like this. Great decision there. The offense took care of business. Whoa, surprise, surprise.
Hey, I just want to keep it a buck. That should have been a pick. But this goes to show the game, within the game. You run a zone right there and don't blitz. You only send 3 and you dropped 8 into coverage. And the only place where the ball could be delivered was over there in that spot. And you literally have 2 men in the area, one thinking one would be underneath that throw and the other being on top. And it is what it is, versus JSU sticking to their guns and going man to man across the board and then just sending the house. That was unlike JSU on the 3rd down. I guess they were taking a chance to try to play zone and get a pick. But, hey, you make them pay for it like that. Whatever JSU does to pregame, they need to stop. Unfortunately, it is just the identity of who they are right now. They're going to start slow until they can get themselves within rhythm. They really should have deferred to the second half of the game, but I can understand the intent and purpose of, trying to get the ball to go down, and you were driving, but it's the first quarter, and there's about 6 minutes left in the game. In the first quarter, and Alabama State is up. And this is exactly what you want if you're Alabama State. Your defense gets a stop, turnover on downs. You get the momentum. You carry the momentum. You only had to go about 50 yards. You make a couple of first downs, and you get a 15-yard penalty. So you get help from the defense. So now there you go. That's 35 yards right there. Then you come out. You're 3rd and 10, and you make that play right there to pick up the extra yards to actually score a touchdown. That's what you want. So when we return, Alabama State will be kicking off the ball to JSU. It'll be Shador and the Tigers' second drive. We'll see what they come up with. But that missed extra point, crucial.
Alabama State strikes first, and they're on top 6-0. A little more than midway through the first quarter. D. Davis, who again was a little down, a little beat, a little bruised the last couple of games, is coming back with a oomph as he was able to find Keyshawn Johnson for the score. And how about this? Alabama State holds on 4th down, and then their response is going down the field a little more than 4 minutes and punching it into the end zone.
And they overcame adversity. They had a personal foul that was called against them, but they were resilient, completed a pass, and they saw an athletic run. So you got to be a little bit concerned if you're Jackson State. Alabama State put you on notice. They've got some weapons.
Isaiah Bolden back to return it across the 15, 20, goes to the outside, a little stutter step, and push out of bounds. So Shador Sanders coming back onto the field for Jackson State, and thinking about what he's done over the last couple of games. They had a chance to have a little break since that Mississippi Valley State win, but the completion percentage, I think, is what I'm most impressed with, Jay.
Deadly accurate, as Misha calls a quarterback. How accurate is he? He's deadly accurate. He does not miss. Now, if you can get him off his feet, off his spot, throwing backwards a little bit, then every quarterback in America loses accuracy when you're going backwards. So we saw Alabama State with the ability to do that on 2 consecutive plays. Now, if you're offensive coordinator Brett Bartolone, what are you going to do to protect your quarterback, to protect the spot?
Sanders, 4 of 6 passing, and there's the pressure once more, just storming right up as taking advantage of that bad snap. And it brings up 2nd down after the loss.
Take a look at this snap, just kind of off center to the left, where Sanders was expecting something to the right so he could ride the running back. With that miss on Zach Bro, now you've got Jackson State playing from behind the sticks.
Quickly out the hands, and that's Wilkerson. Wilkerson, who tried to hurdle a defender, who was met very quickly in the air as well. But a good pickup there.
Wilkerson's a great one. He's a good guy. Now you're seeing the ability to catch the ball out of the backfield. He's really one of the premier running backs out there. You're talking about a guy that's got NFL potential. You saw the athleticism, but the low center of gravity, able to pick up a lot of yards.
Wilkerson.
That's just right.
Hours ahead, and that's what he brings.
You ain't seen that.
You look at Savion Wilkerson, what he does, what he did at Delaware State. He's doing much of the same here, but he's just got that great versatility.
And yards after contact is kind of what you want. That was a perfect display, what you saw there. The initial contact might have been a yard short, but the great runners, low center of gravity, have that forward lean on the tackle to pick up the first down.
Hand off once again. Not much there as Bellamy on the stop.
What I'm seeing is the offensive line for Jackson State is not able to create the holes that we've seen them do throughout this season, where every time the running back got the ball, they were averaging 4 or 5 yards a carry. Alabama State may be a little bit stronger in the trenches than Jackson State may be ready for.
This is why people watch the game on mute when he is announcing the games.
Sanders.
Sanders looking, steps up in the pocket, wrapped up and brought down. That was Andrew Ogletree who got to the quarterback.
Slight adjustment. 273 pounds. Ogletree, they're committed to getting him off the spot. They're bringing blitzers from outside the pocket, just trying to force him to step up and stay stout.
This Hornets defense, who has been holding steady all season long, their FCS ranks 3rd in the conference in scoring offense. How can they defend the pass here on 3rd down? Sanders staying alive, dancing in the pocket, and passing complete to Willie Gaines. But you saw after that play, Shedeur Sanders ending up on the ground, but they're trying to make him as uncomfortable as possible.
Yeah, trying to follow that model that South Carolina State used in the Celebration Bowl last season. And they've been the only team we've seen with the ability to kind of have some success in doing so. We're seeing some similarities in that, but I think it's the thing we're seeing that's most similar, offensive line play, not being together, able to get to the quarterback with just a 3 or 4 man rush.
It's Hickson watching it roll and down at the 14-yard line of Alabama State. Well, we talked about Eddie Robinson Jr. and the success he had here as a player in the late 80s, early 90s. 2-time SWAC Defensive Player of the Year, went on to be the 2nd-round draft pick for the Houston Oilers, and then later the Tennessee Titans. You see him throwing up those hooks, Jay. You got to hop and show those hooks. A member of Omega Psi Phi, an 11-year career in the NFL, even spent some time in the booth here at ESPN with us, but one of the greats to come out of Alabama State. His team so far has a 6-0 lead. And a nice jet sweep. And Santo Dunn, it was known as Fire in this, elements in the backfield, Earth, Wind, and Fire, was brought down.
They were really excited about him because of the camp that Dunn had. Transferred from Morehouse, home and alma mater of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., as we all know, but that's a Division II program, able to make the transition to a higher level of football and make an impact. And you saw the burst of speed he showed, able to get to the perimeter and pick up positive yards against a very speedy Jackson State defense.
No snap and wrapped up, nowhere to go, and bringing him down is Justin Reagan. Reagan with the sack.
It all starts with a low snap. Anytime a quarterback and I have to go down to get it, keep my eyes off of the defensive line pressure, you lose your sense of timing. And great individual effort by Reagan beating this man for the sack.
They ain't throw no flag. All right, okay. I was about to say, don't throw the towel.
Brings up 3rd down.
Danger zone time right now. They got you backed up a little bit. Punting the football away is not the worst thing that can happen to you in this situation. The Hornets got to protect the football.
I don't like 27 being right here.
Davis
It's a perfect call.
gets it to Dunn, and Dunn somewhere near that 1st down marker, and I think it's going to be enough
It's a first down
to move the chains. Well, nice call by Harry Williams Jr., the offensive coordinator.
I love this chess match. You know Jackson State's coming for you. That's their nature. They're aggressive. Slip screen, get the ball out to Dunn, who we've shown can be a problem on the football field. They pick up the 1st down. Nice conversion by the Hornet offense.
And so far, the Hornets moved the ball well against the top-ranked defense in all of FCS. It's Dunn on the carry, wrapped up. Remember, they'd only given up 4 touchdowns all season coming into today's game. Alabama State was able to get it in there on their first drive.
How about this chess match between Dennis Thurman, the defensive coordinator, NFL experience as a coordinator, against Harry Williams, NFL player, offensive coordinator. This chess match is going on, and I'm starting to see Coach Thurman get a little frustrated, sending more and more white jerseys to attack the black jerseys of Alabama State.
Davis off the mark there. As Darius Edmonds was his intended target. You know, one of the things Coach Thurman talked to us about is always seeking perfection, trying to find perfection with his defensive unit. And thus far, it's proved them or served them well to this point with their top-rated defense. But he says, we haven't put together a perfect game yet. We got close against Mississippi Valley State, but we had 4 plays that we left out there.
That's the mindset of defensive coordinators. They don't want to give up anything, but I always say the flip side of that, you got an offensive coordinator getting paid a lot of money to try to create yardage and points. We're seeing it play out right now. Man-to-man coverage, find yourself a crossing route.
They pick him up, and they were spying Davis all along. Aubrey Miller, the hard-hitting linebacker, got to him. The helmet comes off for D. Davis. As that should wind us down.
Can't do that, man. That's dumb. You're going to get him killed.
The clock now running. A little sluggish, a little delayed there, but no.
They're not going to be able to move the ball no more. They just messed up. That's what Shador wanted. He wanted a flag right there on the push. The ball was away. If this was another conference, you get that call. Look at it like this, y'all. There's no Travis Hunter. So, you know, Nugget has worked himself back in the starting lineup. Kendrick just had a bad series and gave up 6, so they pulled him and put in the other guy, I forget his name. Alabama State has all the momentum, had all the momentum up until this particular drive. And then they forfeited with a 3rd and 6 QB run, which was everything JSU was expecting. They were not going to sit back on 3rd down this time and play zone. They were coming to get him. So you don't do that. Now, we'll see what happens on this punt. This punt will be an indication of how this thing is going to play out. But as long as JSU's offense is stalling, you're in the game. You're winning. You're up 6-0. You just got to continue to be aggressive defensively. You got to make sure that in your aggression, you don't give up the big play. And I'm going to tell y'all now, that big play is number 10, Willie Gaines. So if he is man-to-man on the safety, it's not good. If JSU scores quick, it's not good. So, hey, come on, man. Like the stream, share the stream, man. Like the stream, share the stream. I seen what the other people out there got y'all watching, man. They got y'all watching their TV. It don't get no better than this. And then you got bad audio streaming on another YouTube channel. I know what y'all watching out there. But nah, like the stream, share the stream, man. And I'm waiting on them to return. It should be the last commercial right here. Jeez, these commercials are annoying. But so far, so good. We got a good first quarter game. Going into the second quarter, JSU has no points. I don't think that they went a game this year without scoring in the first quarter. This is the first time for that. So let's see what kind of adjustments Brett Bartolone has. And let's see if they can get after it. K-Hoop, no doubt. What up, DeAndre? Let's see what happens, man. This is good football. This is what people want to see. They don't want to see the bad game. They don't want to see the 50-point game. But eventually, talent is going to take over as the game progresses. That's why JSU gets better in the second, third, and fourth quarters than they do when they start. it's like a fight. It's like they're always trying to figure out who they're fighting. But yeah, here we go. 6-0.
Of Alabama here in Montgomery, the only Division I pro. Welcome back to the state capital of Alabama here in Montgomery, the only Division I program in the city. Alabama State, they carry the lead into the second quarter. Just the second time, Jay, that Jackson State has not scored in the opening period.
Alabama State stood up to the #1 ranked team in HBCU football, number 8 in the nation overall. That's the start that you want. The Hornets have shown they're here to play.
Willie Gaines gets it and then hands it on over as Mark Pope is brought down. But let's go back to how they were so effective in the first quarter. We're talking about Alabama State's defense.
Yeah, their theme was pressure the spot. Make sure Shedeur Sanders get off his spot. Even if he gets rid of the football, it's not a sack. You still got to him to not allow him to pick him apart. The offensive line has struggled in this game for Jackson State, and that's why the Tigers were shut out in that first quarter. It all starts with the protection up front. That offensive line, which has been revamped, recruited some new players.
That's a flag.
5 different starters from a season ago up front. They've played well all season, but had their struggles here early.
Well, coming off a career high, 438 yards in the air a couple of weeks ago against Mississippi Valley State, just 39 in that first quarter. But we know that he can get hot at any moment as J.D. Martin out of the backfield catches it, gets good yardage, and picks up the first down. Tally Jackson pushing him out of bounds. And Coach Prime saying, wait a minute, was there a late hit there?
The speed on the edge. I mean, Shedeur Sanders is going to distribute the ball to multiple receivers. You see towards the end of this run here. Is he blocked into him there?
I don't know. Keenan Isaac may have,
he got away with a little shrug, a little shoulder shrug.
Meanwhile, 1st and 10 from the 45 for Jackson State. Sanders stepping up, delivers it right there to Cameron Buckley.
Now you're seeing that part where we see Shedeur Sanders to run, and then that frees those wide receivers behind the linebackers in the second level throw.
4-star quarterback out of high school in Trinity. His dad coached him. He's got so much potential, showing much of it this season. And a timeout taken.
All right, so they called a timeout. Let me get the game speeded up. They're on a commercial break right now. Jackson State is moving the ball too quickly. A couple of first downs and some moves being made there. Eddie Robinson decides to call a timeout immediately to try to slow down Jackson State's momentum because they made some adjustments. One of the adjustments that they made, if you wasn't paying attention to it, is actually speeding up the game for themselves. I don't know the score of this particular game, but I'm going to assume that FAMU was all over those guys. But anyway, this call is absolutely. They're moving the ball. They have opened you up now. They have brought in J.D. Martin, hit him on a swing pass, and they came back to Cam Buckley for the first down, move the change. You know what I'm saying? Everything is happening real quick. And Alabama State is not in position to defend against that. So Eddie Robinson has to call a timeout early. What you don't want is JSU to score. Yeah, man, hit the like button. Miles shut down Alabama State. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I mean, Alabama State, in the first half of games, they fought every team. They fight against every team. You just have to keep nitpicking, but it's homecoming and it's against Jackson State. There's a little bit more juice from your team, a little bit more sense of urgency from your team. So it is what it is. We're waiting on it to return from break. like I said, this is a long commercial break. As soon as it probably comes from commercial break, they'll be in it.
Got it started down at Jackson State. You saw it here at Eddie Robinson Jr. at Alabama State. Let's go on up to Nashville. Eddie George is now the head coach of Big Blue Nation, and Sean Gilbert, head coach of Livingston College in North Carolina, former Panther great, doing it there in the Carolinas.
Well, that's something that I think the players glean from, soak up from, and for a few of those on that graphic, you got to see them move from the HBCU ranks to the highest levels of football. The future Sunday candidate is Shedeur Sanders. Meanwhile, wonderful play made in the backfield as Chauncey Moore is wrapping up and bringing down Wilkerson for a loss.
Around the line of scrimmage, strong safety finds a gap and gets through it in a hurry. Make a tackle for a loss. Job of reading the keys.
So 3rd and short for Sanders, who's found 7 different receivers so far today.
Run the ball. I would run the ball in this situation, considering that we've had trouble protecting our quarterback.
Shut up, Jay.
They said, but we've got Shedeur Sanders as our quarterback. And going for Willie Gaines, who was covered by Moore, and passing complete. 4th down.
See, if you're Ryan Lewis, you win that chess match. If I can crowd the line of scrimmage and force a low percentage pass down the field, then 4th and 3rd and short, you'll take that.
Jackson State was going the opposite direction, but similar area when they went for it on their opening drive on 4th down. It was Alabama State defense who stood up and held them on 4th down. Let's see what the Tigers come up with here.
First down right here. What kind of defense are they running right here?
No, sir.
And indeed, great defense snubbed out right there as Alabama State's defense is ready to go. The nickelback, Adrian Maddox.
You had the play. You got them outflanked. All you had to do was just check away and throw the ball right there. You had them outflanked.
I'm ready to stand up. You are in the Hornets' nest. You are in our house, and we're going to stop you short. Alabama State coming up on offense when we come back.
Yeah, I never take the ball out of Shedeur hands, man. That's just a bad play call right there. And really, you can honestly say that's one of the first – that's not one of the first, but that's the first bad call that we've seen from Brett Bartolone from Jackson State this year. You know what I mean? You think I guess he's assuming that when they brought in the speedster that they were going to get a particular look that would help them, but nah, they shouldn't have ran the ball. Don't listen to Jay. Shoot. Go back to your 21 set and get on the ball and go. The only thing that's going to get Alabama State off their game right now is an up-tempo Jackson State offense. But this is 3 times they have forced they forced a punt, turnover on downs. What is that? Twice? 3 times. So 3 turnover on downs and forced a punt. So that's good defense. That's good defense. Again, man, like the stream, share the stream. You know what I'm saying? If you want to support the channel, please feel free. It's $KSLP1020 is the cash app. This is a big drive again. You just gave them some momentum. You took it away and gave it back.
Himself over at Bethune-Cookman has done an amazing job thus far with his Hornet defense and game planning against Jackson State. His defense has had 2 holes and stops on 4th down, and the other resulted in a punt.
The emerging star in the coaching profession, as you mentioned, standout career at Bethune-Cookman, where they won a number of HBCU national championships, led by that defense, disciple of Yogi Jones, longtime coordinator there. And the youngsters got Coach Prime a little bit uncomfortable right now.
Again, there was so much conversation coming in, and there was this quiet confidence that you talked about, Jay, that you saw from Alabama State.
And a couple mistakes. You get so eager where you want to beat your opponent and try to take over the game.
Hey, man, yeah, man. Get the likes up, bro. Come on, man. We got 118 people in the building. You know what I'm saying? Get the likes up, please. It don't cost you nothing to hit the like button. But it's 43 now. Still, get the likes up.
They started on the 47-yard line of Jackson State. Jawan Howell in the backfield. He takes the handoff, and a good run up ahead. Stopped by John Huggins. So 2nd and short on the way.
Thank you,
Up to the 40-yard line.
A double tight end formation really makes you show your hand as a defense.
Oh, bobbled snap, spinning out of it is Howell, and Howell is brought down behind the line of scrimmage. It was Isaiah Bolden and Aubrey Miller who were there.
And Aubrey Miller's NFL guy, playing linebacker, the transfer from Missouri. When he gets to the pile, the play is over with. And you mentioned the bobble snap, threw off the timing of the play. Now setting up 3rd and 6. And here's what I'm thinking right now. It's 3rd and 6, but as a quarterback, if I'm Davis, if I can rush for 4 or 5 yards, even if I'm short, I'm probably gonna go for it on that part of the field. You don't want an incompletion right now. Tuck and run if it's not there, or you can take a short pass and allow your guy to run for it.
That play took a lot of time, and it was Miller who was right in the face of Davis, and Davis is down on the field after a ton of white jerseys were storming his way.
If he can't play, it's over.
He appears to be shaken up. Another look at it here is I think that was Aubrey Miller who may have delivered the hit on him. And Miller, we've seen him do this to offenses all season.
Yeah, that's a tough one. The landing. I mean, Aubrey Miller's a noisy linebacker, we like to call him. Likes to finish. You get your hardest hitter coming untouched to your quarterback. Not the way you draw it up if you're Alabama State. And let's see if Davis is going to be okay. But I did not like what I saw. Anytime that linebacker lands on you into the turf and uses you as a cushion, bad things can happen.
Grace to punt it away. It goes over the head and into the end zone. And that's something that we'll have to keep our eye on, Jay. As you mentioned, Miles Crawley, the backup quarterback who D. Davis brought, beat out.
I mean, he might come back, but he hurt.
So something that could be a developing story. Meanwhile, HBCU power rankings coming up next. Jay will debut them.
Listen, man, to take a hit like that is crazy. They're going to keep hitting him, so it's going to linger. But, listen, I expected that. When I told y'all that they're not going to be able to move the ball again, and I think somebody else said it in the chat, that was the thing. This offense has no other play. Like, JSU has made all the adjustments ASAP. They let you get away on a 3rd down prior in that very first quarter where you score a touchdown and they just play a soft zone. They're not waiting anymore. It's over for the wait. They're in their rush lanes. They're expecting him to step up, and now he has to deliver. And if whoever the backup quarterback is, he's going to have to do it with even more pressure because he doesn't have the athletic ability that Davis does. If the backup quarterback has to play. So it's sketchy there. However, it's back to Alabama State's defense. Can Alabama State defense keep getting stops? How long will this continue to last for Alabama State's defense? They've done a really good job through a quarter and a half, almost a quarter and a half, of preventing JSU from scoring. Granted, the last play call by JSU on the 4th and 2 was a JSU fault. That was a bad play call. Alabama State is just scratching and clawing to keep the game right where it needs to be because it needs to be ugly. And a lot of people talked about making this game ugly for Jackson State because you can't win a shootout with them. However, if they get this clicking, It could get ugly. Like the story.
Ever since Alabama State scored on their opening drive, it's been all defense since then for both of these teams. As we bring you back to Montgomery, Alabama, Jay Walker, Tiffany Green here with you. And right now, Alabama State on top of the top team in all of HBCU football, Jackson State.
Jackson State in the trail position. And how about Prairie View A&M? Impressive wins. They've already got 3 wins in the conference. Bubba McDowell doing a good job leaving the Panthers. North Carolina Central slides a spot after a non-conference loss. FAMU just kind of meddling there. We're going to see what they can do. And Alcorn State, don't sleep on Fred McNair and the Braves down there in Mississippi.
Well, Jarvion Howard, who has been making noise on offense. The defense, though, continuing to impress here. DeMaris Bellamy, they're calling that a fumble. Oh, they're saying it's an incompletion. We'll wait to get the official ruling. It looked like
you either call this in the grass or a fumble. It can't be just an incomplete pass.
He waved his arms incomplete.
As you see right here, he is going down. That's
it's an incomplete pass, bro.
Yeah, and then you can say intentional grounding. Ball doesn't get to the line of scrimmage.
He has a receiver right there that's behind the line of scrimmage.
Anybody around there, ball doesn't get to the line of scrimmage. Close play. I can see the incomplete. And that was a good job by Shedeur Sanders, just getting rid of that football.
Offense, number 56. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
But what we have seen so far is a recipe for success for the Hornets defense, a steady dose of pressure, making Shedeur Sanders get off of his mark, having to rush a little bit. And
I need y'all to really be quiet right now. Well, you have to talk, but golly, I don't think that y'all realize what's going on right now.
Dynamic playmakers in space. Where's Dallas Daniels? Where's Shane Hooks? Where are those guys that win their one-on-one matchups consistently?
So Jackson State takes their first time out of the half.
All right, so I don't know if this is a 30-second timeout or a full timeout, but it looks like that they're not going to break away from the game, just only advertising the hurricane relief at this particular juncture, or maybe another one, I don't know. But the announcers, man, they have no idea. Just give the defense some credit. They're doing a really good job right now.
Who is from Fort Myers, that southwest area, obviously hit incredibly hard. Talked about it this week, and certainly you think about how life becomes really real right there. People losing everything, displaced, and thoughts and prayers are with them. 2nd and 15. Sanders again feeling pressure, nearly intercepted by Bubba Adams. That was Kanye Varner bringing the pressure again. Seeing a lot of black jerseys in his face is Shedeur.
4-man rush, and they're getting to the quarterback, and they're taking advantage of it. The left tackle, Dimitri Jordan, has struggled a little bit. Cover two safeties high. The defensive line.
They have to, Shedeur has to step up in the pocket, and I don't think that he wanted to do that.
So big 3rd and long coming up from the 15 of Jackson State. Sanders gets it underneath to Savion Wilkerson. Wilkerson who spins off, and wow, what an extra effort again.
That guy right there.
Woo! They talk about he is a grown man, and he continues to show why.
This has to hurt right here. I mean, he should be tackled for a 5-yard gain. Sidesteps one.
Aaron, it was beyond wide open, bro.
Play of the game for Jackson State right now.
He steps up where he can avoid that. He gets it
out of the backfield, and then they feed him again.
That's what I mean by Shador had to step up right there. He was still trying to stay on his square. If he just steps up a little bit, or he just go ahead and throws it now, he had it. It was a now throw.
Carry.
That run there, that last play, that showed a lot. I mean, the ability to make somebody miss an open field, know where the first down yardage was, and then get it into the run.
Illegal substitution. Defense. Yeah. 12 men lined up. 5-yard penalty.
If y'all pay attention to where they drop the flag, they usually tell you where the issue is.
Now bring up 2nd and 2 now.
Mimi is
Coach Prime.
I mean, he didn't even like the stream.
He's waiting for his offense to get clicking. But what we have seen, Che, in our games that we've covered, is they take their time. And in the second half, after getting inspired speeches, I'm sure, they come out even better. Willie Gaines gets the completion and the missed tackle there from Isaac in the first down.
This has to be frustrating because you're putting your players in the right position on defense to make a play, and they're just not making plays. I mean, Division I college football play, you have to make that tackle. You wrap up. You don't allow him to pick up 7 yards after it should have been a sure tackle.
It's easy.
Sanders dancing around, keeping his eyes downfield, one-on-one coverage and a ton of contact, and that was an easy call for the official. Rashad Davis on the coverage. Shane Hooks was down the seam.
Buying some time, and really nobody open. Give credit to the secondary. You see Sanders takes a chance.
Defense, number 0.
And that's just easy call right there. Grabbing around the collar. Rashad Davis, the leader of the secondary for Alabama State, reads upon the penalty.
So right now, Alabama State helping the visitors keep marching down the field.
Hold
Sanders gets it out, was going for Santee Marshall, passing complete. That brings up 2nd down.
Have you noticed this trend? Like Alabama State defensively is winning the battle on 1st and 2nd down. But Jackson State's able to win on 3rd down when they get the ball to their athletes with some fantastic individual efforts. Jackson State needs to start getting more productive on their 1st down opportunities and 2nd down, not so reliant upon 3rd down conversions, which they've converted a couple of them, but they've been fantastic individual plays.
Hand off to Wilkerson, and so that'll bring up 3rd down. They're 3 for 6 on 3rd down so far in this game. Got another one coming up. Remember, they converted on 3rd and 15.
Backed up.
Moving, backed up, and now they're moving down the field, ball on the 35-yard line of ASU.
How much pressure do you bring if you're Alabama State? Those guys are lined up on the line of scrimmage, and they said, we're going to line them up to get there. So if a guy goes, we expect him to get there, not just disrupt, but get to the point of attack.
One-on-one, Willie Gaines. Do it. Told you. One-on-one with who? Willie Gaines.
How's a man
called
perfectly placed?
You don't want me to talk, but I called
Willie
it.
Gaines.
You cannot show blitz, bro. You don't have nobody to cover him.
From Shador.
He's the
Sanders
person on the field.
saw the one-on-one coverage.
No
His
one
man
can cover him.
behind the defense.
Him one-on-one with
and
a safety.
35 yards later, the score.
Look at this. Knowing where they're coming from. Great touch on the pass. And to me, what's so impressive about that, you become a great quarterback when you're not afraid of the blitz, you attack the blitz. And they brought the blitz, and Shador Sanders attacked it and hit him with a home run ball over the top.
The response after getting hit.
You do not.
And
You should do it like that.
A lot
bro.
of pressure.
You got away with
delivers
it
a
early.
dime, and Mata puts Jackson State the top.
You got away with it early, but they are not going to keep letting you get away with it any further. You blitz again, he's going deep. This is the second time that they went deep. Well, third time, the one that Shane Hooks, but that was on a third down, and he's rolling and whatever. They had to develop. But they are going to beat you deep. He ain't going to nobody else. He's going to Willie Gaines. Willie's going to beat you off the line of scrimmage and go deep. And it's up from there. You have no safety that can cover him. You're man to man. That's dumb play calling. You keep the game in front of you like you've been doing, Bama State, but instead you show blitz, they call you out in it, and you stayed in the damn blitz. You stayed in the blitz. And I try to tell y'all, man, soon as I seen him show blitz, I was touchdown. Willie. I already knew who he was going to. Listen, the dude is absolutely fast, but he ain't the only one. They got other people that's just as well, not as fast as Willie. Willie can get down, but man, he the big play waiting to happen every time. You walk your safety down. You don't even have to walk the safety down too much. The safety can be 7 yards off of Willie. It's over. It's that bad. But that's the problem. Alabama State fought the whole first quarter, controlled the game all the way up until this point, and they're losing by a point. They have total control of the game and are losing by a point, and your offense is pedestrian now. Your defense was looking good, but then it was just getting drove on, just then gave up a real horrible third down conversion to Savion Wilkerson. And that just lets you know, man, JSU is about to score on this drive. They're not about to hand the ball off unless it calls for a run play. But let's see if Alabama State can respond. Let's see if Davis had enough time to get his legs under him and get ready to play.
We've got a ball game, folks. Homecoming from Alabama State here in Montgomery, but the 8th ranked team in all of FCS, Jackson State, taking the lead after an 8-play, 80-yard drive here at ASU Stadium. Jay Walker, Tiffany Green here with you. It was Alabama State scoring first on their opening possession, and then answering on their last is Jackson State.
Kick out of bounds. Ball we placed on the 35-yard line. First down.
Let's go back and take a look at that touchdown with the blitz coming in. Take a look before we run the play. Look, the deepest man is 6 yards off the line of scrimmage, maybe 7. That's what we call zero coverage, no help. Get your guy, mano y mano, pick your best matchup if you're a quarterback, and go for it. And a great decision from Shedeur Sanders and an even better throw.
We saw Willie Gaines on the sideline, and this Jackson State defense now with an opportunity to try to hold the Hornets. Demetrius Davis back in the ball game, so that's a good sign for Alabama State. Went down after a tough hit from Aubrey Miller, but appears to be okay. And now joining into the backfield, Ja'Cory Merritt. You know, that's one of the things that when we talked with the OC, they said we need to get our elements going, earth, wind, and fire. They have to help and be a great supporting cast alongside D. Davis. Davis to Jackson. Jackson, who caught that touchdown back in the first quarter.
They talk about being a dual threat quarterback. That's what D. Davis does. We saw the athleticism on display in the opening drive, making defenders miss, and then the ability to throw the football down the field really puts pressure on the defense. But ultimately, this is what concerned us. Big hit by Aubrey Miller, landed on his shoulder. Fortunately for Hornet fans, after looking at that last throw, seems like Davis will be able to continue playing in this football game.
4 of 6 on third down for State. Alabama State. Their 41-yard line. And nowhere to go. Everybody was there. Baron Hobson among them. And a sack by the defense. That's what Jackson State did last year. They led the nation in sacks, and they do so again in the SWAC.
And this is by design. They call this a bare front defense. You cover the center and the 2 guards, and then you bring in somebody outside. You see it confuse the running back in the protection. You don't see too many bare fronts in today's college football, but Dennis Thurman taking something off of Buddy Ryan's old school Chicago Bear defense with that bare front. Guys just don't practice against it and cause confusion.
So the defense does its job, and Willie Gaines, who just caught the touchdown now on the punt return, and a penalty marker is out, and this one likely coming back.
Holding on that return early from where I'm thinking it happened around the 20-yard line. So this is probably going to push them back to around the 10-yard line.
Holding on the return team. 10-yard penalty. First down.
I refreshed it.
Fits. The name fits, but the Hornet band, they got to defend their home turf. They're going to bring their A game.
Both outstanding bands.
Absolutely.
I would say that I enjoy watching them. I enjoy listening to them. I mean, look, they give us energy up here in the booth.
And we know for homecoming, this crowd's going to go crazy for the Stingettes and
the Honeybees.
Check it out at halftime, folks. You'll enjoy it.
So deep in their own territory again. Last time, rolling out to his right, Sanders throwing, finds Shane Hooks.
Nice patience by Shedeur Sanders, realizing he was out of the pocket and there's no threat. So you're going to see the running back come open right now. He could get it to him, but there's no threat. Let me make a look at my second level on the 3-read throw. Hits him in stride for the first down conversion.
Again, the ability just to spread the ball around to a number of different receivers. I think many in the SWAC would agree, and across college football, that they have the best receiver core in the conference.
Ooh, you're going to upset those folks down in Tallahassee and those folks at Alabama A&M. But this group is loaded.
And how about the great run from Savion Wilkerson? Wilkerson, who flexes at the end of that, but he, again, finds a little crease and does something with it.
Yeah, look at him change directions in small spaces and then finishes off the run with the contact, picks up more yardage after being wrestled to the ground by Nelson Jordan.
This offense is woke.
Jay, I'm going to back up my statement because when I have talked to different defensive coordinators, you and I have both heard them say, oh, no. Oh, they got it. Jackson State
easy throw outside.
Has all the talent at wide receiver that you could want. But how about Nelson Jordan coming back on the next play and whipping down Shedeur Sanders?
Nelson Jordan has that motor. Number 94, spin moves, attacks the quarterback. We've seen him attack running backs from his defensive end position. The transfer from Sanford by way of Starkville High School in Mississippi comes up with a big play.
He was an All-American at Sanford. Defensive coordinator Ryan Lewis loves the way he pins back his ears. Now 2nd and 12 after the sack. No snap picked up by Sanders. Quickly gets the ball out of his hands. Shane hooks again. Hooks once more. He's getting it. Yards after catch. And Hollywood Hooks is wrestled down by Cale Jackson.
When you got that many dudes playing wide receiver, kind of step up your A game, and you just see he's going to catch the ball. Look at the football awareness. Oh, you're not going to hit me right away? I can change directions, see where I need to get the first down yardage. Great play by Shane Hooks.
Last 5 plays. They've been able to pick up good yardage on most of them moving forward. As J.D. Martin.
You know what I loved about that play there? Big number 94, 95. Janelle Brown was trying to chase J.D. Martin out there in the backfield. And I love it. Although he didn't get to him, Brown is 6'4", 350 pounds. Trying to chase the speed back out of the backfield. See him right there? That's a big man right there. You look at 95?
Yeah.
6'4", 350.
They had another big guy. We got a chance to talk to him earlier on last year's team, Christian Clark.
Christian Clark, who was bigger than 350.
Swinging out of the backfield, finding Kevin Coleman. Coleman, who was one of those top recruits coming in. Another big get for Coach Prime and this Jackson State team. And keeping the chains moving. Kevin Coleman out of St. Louis, Missouri, and a stoppage in play as an injured player is down on the field. That's Andrew Ogletree, the nose guard for Alabama State. Attending to his right leg. That is critical. It's when we got a chance to talk with the staff. They said this is one of the players where NFL scouts are coming out.
Is this an attempt to slow down Jackson State's offense so that you can get your defense settled? Because the last 2 drives, they've been unsettled, right? They've been unsettled. So there's some issues there. And Jackson State is in scoring position again. And if they score right here going in before the halftime, you know the defense is not going to give up anything, it's a wrap. It's a wrap coming out in the third. Well, Alabama State get the ball, but we'll have to see what they do.
In Lorman, Mississippi, and helping.
What did he rush for in that game? 299 yards his last game out?
Something ridiculous. How about this? We're all leading up to what date? December 17th. That's the big one at noon on ABC, the Cricket Celebration Bowl. And, of course, Jackson State was featured in that game against South Carolina State. And Jackson State wanting to follow that theme of dominance all the way through the end of the season. They want to be playing in Atlanta.
Same look.
They are not giving up. You know, they are continuing to say man-to-man coverage, and we said it earlier, it's going to be how well with this secondary for Alabama State perform, because their D coordinator is putting these guys on the island. You're not seeing a lot of zone coverage and high risk, high reward.
But they felt very confident in the experience that they had on the back end. The corners, Keenan Isaac and Mikey Victor, long, lanky cornerbacks, Adrian Maddox playing his Hornet position.
And when you got those starters, that's good. But once you start going in the nickel package with 3 or 4 wide receiver groups, then you've got your backup cornerback going against some dudes that you talked about that we know Jackson State has.
Wilkerson bottled up. Brown there to bear hug him down.
I mean, this right here, this excites me. Seeing this here, I mean, they're driving. You know Jackson State's going to do everything they can to try and throw the ball in the end zone. But they've gotten to Shedeur Sanders a couple times. We know Alabama State wants to be aggressive, but I would take my foot off the gas pedal defensively and play zone and keep everything in front until the guys come up and make the tackle. You cannot get beat over the top.
You see the response of Shedeur Sanders, the slow start, and he was like, that's okay. I'm just heating up, and it started to pick up for him, and now 3rd and 9. You know Jackson State wants to score before going into the locker room. Alabama State is holding there on third down as ASU will get the ball coming out of the locker room. A timeout is taken on the field. And Jay, I think coming into today's game, many had Jackson State maybe running away with this one, but it's been a very, and look, we still have another half of football to play, but this has been an incredibly competitive game. And are you surprised by it?
No, I think when we talked, we said there was something about the city of Montgomery and the belief in the coach and this team that they were going to play. And they're showing up and they're playing now. I didn't care what the score was going to be at halftime. If you're going to beat Jackson State, you got to dominate them in the second half. They come back in the second half. So Alabama State, even if they're down by less than a touchdown, okay, that was competitive. But you're really going to see Jackson State in that second half, a team that gets off to slow starts but finishes extremely well.
Coach Prime very confident in his kicker, the true freshman out of Buford, Georgia, Alejandro Mata, on to attempt the 36-yarder, and before he puts it up, Alabama State spins their final timeout.
You know, Ms. Green, put you on the spot a little bit. We've seen both of these teams. Saw Alabama State in the SWAC Challenge and seen Jackson State. Are you seeing what you thought you would see going in this game?
I felt like it was going to be a close game in the first half, and I thought in listening to Coach Eddie Robinson Jr. talk about basically, we're not scared. The president, Dr. Quinn, we're all said, we're not scared.
Yeah.
We're not backing down. And so I think there is that extra electricity. And, of course, it's homecoming and something new that they're doing here because you're used to seeing it on that Turkey Day Classic weekend in Thanksgiving. So they're trying to build this tradition on a regular season weekend.
And I'll give credit to Alabama State. Normally when somebody says we're not scared, that means you're a little nervous. You don't have to be scared, a little nervous, but they've responded well.
Mata from 36 yards out. It's up. And it is through. Hey, look, that's an area where Coach Prime is going to say, that's a victory. We've improved special teams, and Mata helps stretch out the lead 10-6 with 25 seconds remaining in this first half.
I mean, look how close this is. This is a matter of maybe 6 inches. He gets it over that upright, not by much. But ends up with another 3 points on the scoreboard for Jackson State. And that's a good team. I mean, Jackson State's a good team. Didn't play a sharp first half, but yet looks like they're going into the locker room with the lead, and any coach in the country will take a halftime lead any day.
Well, just to put a button on, kind of the conversation that we were having in terms of Coach Robinson, how he responded to, Coach Prime and what he had to say about just playing at Jackson State for homecoming. Hey, it's a great thing, essentially. I'm going to kind of paraphrase here because you look at it and it's trying to build tradition like we were just talking about. So you bring in a good team, you have a great crowd, and we were told it was a sellout crowd. We'll get the final numbers as Santo Dunn on the return. Santo Dunn with the speed. We talked about how he is the fire, and a great return. And so it's one of those things that carrying on year after year, it's for them, next team on the schedule, but hey, it's a good thing, and we like it, and we welcome it.
And I do too. I mean, normally we've seen, I think the HBCU landscape needs to get away from, schedule the easiest game on your schedule to play there from homecoming because you want to win. Because homecoming football, we like to televise it, we like to showcase it, but you don't want to see 6-0 taking on 1-5. So challenge it. The memorable homecoming games are the ones in front of the big crowd. Hit North Carolina A&T 1993, Howard went down there and ruined Jiho. But people remember that, so I like that.
You
Play
remember that
game
vividly. I don't know that everyone else
everywhere we go
wants to or cares about that. Hey, look, first quarter coming to a close. Jackson State trotting into the locker room with the lead. The undefeated Tigers, though, put to the test against Alabama State. But more importantly, we've got some band action coming back your way here from Montgomery, Alabama. The mighty marching Hornets and the sonic boom of the South ready to do their thing, just like the football teams.
All right, so while they're away at halftime, I am going to play the halftime show when it comes up. I'm looking to see if they have it on a separate app right now on my my iPad. So if they do have the halftime show up as a separate app, then I'll deal with it. I think this game might be over. I was just clicking on here to see what happened, but I think this game is over, so. Nope, it ain't. But what's the score?
Not. 3 receivers with a tight end. It's going to be a handoff to Davis, and he goes right into the teeth.
All right, bear with me, man. I'm looking to see if they're going to have the halftime show up on that little band app. So I know how, got to have the experience for everybody. But get your popcorn ready. It's going to be a very interesting second. Nope. So they don't have the band thing up. And there we go.
Since Tiger Nation has traveled far and wide, we want to have a party ourselves. True Blue Nation, we ask that you make as much noise as possible as the boom plays recognizable tunes that you will hear at Veterans Memorial Stadium. As the T-sets and drum majors bring the band on the field, the boom plays tells you everything. Let's hear it, Tiger Nation. There it is, ladies and gentlemen, JSU, or Jackson State University, where we challenge minds and change lives. In high school singers in the building, visit JSUMS.edu to apply today. Tiger Nation, you know how we do it when we start off a game. Let us hear you. The Boom and the football team have come to play. to our entry team on Rizzo's mega hit About Time. Oh, get it, boom. Turn up, Sonic Boom, turn up. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. The Honey Bees and the Edge drum maker want to join in on the action. Hey, get them imposters out of there. All right, Tiger fans, you know what time it is. Jay! Yeah! You! The Sonic Boom will now pay tribute to the rapper Coolio, who just passed on last week by playing his most popular hit, Gangster's Paradise. I'm going to say we again would like to wish you a happy homecoming 2022. But now we've turned this stadium into the Bed East, and this is now Homecoming 22. Dr. Roderick Little is the director of band. Mr. Kevin Johnson is associate director and chief arranger. Mr. Brandon Jenkins is the assistant band director. Dr. Ramon Jackson is the assistant band director. Mr. Calvin Berry is the marching percussion instructor. Ms. Chloe Crowley is the director of the Prancing J-Set. And Ms. Courtney Lett is the administrative assistant. On behalf of our president, Mr. Thomas Hudson, this has been the voice of the Boom, Richard Myers. Thank you. Good evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We have your 2022-2023 Miss Alabama State University and her royal court. Miss Freshman, Honesty Brown, escorted by Zion Hubert. Miss Sophomore, Farron Lewis, escorted by Landon Hale. Miss Junior, Kayla Edwards, escorted by Edward Brown Jr. And Miss Senior, Peyton Moffitt, escorted by SGA President Dylan Stallworth. Little Miss Hornet is McKinley Ford. And Miss ASU is Kelsey Ray Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, your lovely Miss Alabama State University. Please welcome Aaliyah Renee Robinson, a senior accounting major from Birmingham, Alabama, escorted by Amir Reed.
Appreciate that, Anthony. Appreciate that, Mo. Appreciate that, Landis.
Hornet Nation, make some noise! boys. It's homecoming 2022. Let me hear you say, yeah. State. Yeah. State. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Dr. Quentin Ross, President of Alabama State University, Dr. Wendy Coleman, Dean of the College of Visual and Performing Arts, and Dr. Carly Johnson, Chair of the Department of Music, Hornet Nation, we proudly present to you the Alabama State University Mighty Marching Hornets! Live 5 drum for the 2022 season on Cameron Chavez, Harold McWhorter, Kenneth Richardson, Justin Heidemann, and head drum major, Devontae Perez. Bring them on the field, drum major. Taking the field, ladies and gentlemen, is the only HBCU marching band to appear in 2 different reality shows on 3 different networks, A&E, Aspire, and Lifetime. Put your hands together right now. This is your Alabama State University Mighty Marching Hornets. Hornet Nation, join the Mighty Marching Hornets as we move to the sounds of On Our Own by Bobby Brown. You don't care about JSU? It's all about ASU. And now, in high definition surround sound, a taste of old school conducted by Dr. James B. Oliver. It's Tenderoni by Bobby Brown. And now it's our beautiful and sensational Stingettes dancing to overhands by Panic at the Disco. The Stingettes, often imitated, but never ever duplicated. It's that famous fast march called for double time. Now, Hornet fans, sit back as we play down by Trey songs, Big Sean, and more. Hornet Nation, if you're ready to turn on with the Hornets, make some noise. Let's slow it down for marching Hornets. This one right here. Okay, you're prepared. Give it to him. Yeah. Okay, now. One time, marching Hornets. Dance, 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 dance. Stop. Now watch the marching Hornets hammer time. Yeah.
Dancing too. Everybody's standing right with us. Choreographed by yours truly. With assistance from my coach and my creative director, Miss Anna Marche Williams. It's the Honeybees!
It's the Honeybees! And by popular demand, it's the Live from Teenagers! Make some noise! And Jackson is still not a state. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you've enjoyed our show. The Mighty Marching Hornets are under the direction of Dr. James P. Oliver. Assistants are Ernest Harris, Charles Goodwin Jr., Robert Williams, Charles Woods, Edward Howard, and Ashley Dudley. Flag coordinators.
Well, once the game returns, we should be good to go. We'll take a look or a peek over at FAMU, which is in the fourth quarter. They are winning 20-0. Campbell is up 14-7 on Charleston Southern. I know a lot of JSU fans are keeping an eye out for that game. It looks like in a few weeks, that homecoming game will be a game to see, a must-see game. We'll take a look at just a little bit of this particular game, man, while we are waiting on the return of kickoff. I do have my eye on the JSU game from a different app, just to make sure we don't miss anything. And let's see what's going on.
Davis, without a doubt, the best wide receiver in this stadium. He has potential to be one of the best in the country, already getting looks from the NFL in terms of scouting. Here's a long pass down the far sideline, incomplete. That's another thing. I think Shaq Davis only has maybe 2 or 3 targets today, too.
Maybe 2 or 3 targets. But and you look at the replay there, man. That defensive back there is in great coverage there.
Great position, too,
great
right?
Great position, heads around. It ain't a whole lot of space in there. It ain't a whole lot of room in there to be able to put that football in there for Fields.
3 receivers left, 1 right.
You have to remember it's homecoming, so halftimes are a little long, and
Bulldogs
ESPN has not returned from commercial break.
Let's see if they can
to
convert
air the
here.
game. They literally played the whole halftime show.
They've only converted
so I
one
believe
third
they're
down
gonna pay their
today.
bills.
Fields back to pass, throws over the middle, and it's incomplete. Once again, overshooting
What's
his
the
receiver.
safety doing? He could have
We are right next to the coach's booth, and there was a lot of frustration as Hezekiah Massey out of Clover was the intended receiver. First time we've called his name. Very talented redshirt sophomore. And that brings up 4th down, and Buddy doesn't have a choice here. You got to go for it.
Got to go for it, man. I mean, the clock now is your enemy now, so you got to be able to get points when you can. Defense been playing solid, so you go for it here. Hopefully something works out good for you.
So 4th and 10. 4 wide, they spread out.
Still on a commercial break.
FAMU's showing blitz here. Look at the pressure. Linebackers are in tight. Fields back to pass. Got a little pressure. Throws, and that is complete to guess who? Shaq Davis, but isn't enough for the first down. Ooh.
All right, so let's get back to the game that we are all here to see. Let me refresh the screen. Well, actually, it went back to a commercial. It's back on the commercial.
The first down. 4 receivers. Fields back to pass, throws, going to flip it out to the back, Kendrell. Not much doing there. Might have actually lost yardage on the play. You know, talking to some of the South Carolina State folks here in the booth before the game,
just so y'all know,
they were talking about the potential of Shaq Davis and saying that sometimes, you know, in his head, it's as if he doesn't believe that he can be that good. If he believes that he is that guy, he's got all the attributes and the physical talents, just got to go and do it. 4 wideouts, Fields, 3-step drop, looking, throws over the middle, and it's incomplete. And that's a penalty. I saw a little jersey pull, as you did.
Yeah, I saw the jersey pull, but I saw the jersey pull before. So I thought they were going to be consistent and just say, we're not going to call pass interference to that.
Here's the cricket replay. Let's see if we can see that jersey pull. It came a little bit before that, but myself and the coach saw that as that ball was coming out. And a lot of times when you see the arm extended by the DB
right
in a situation like that, they're going to call it every time.
They're going to call it because they feel like the defender got there before the ball got there and didn't give the receiver an opportunity to catch the ball.
So 20-0, 12 minutes remain in this football game. South Carolina State trying to get on the board and erase that goose egg.
Man, I know, D-Rock.
Fields looks to the sideline.
It's still on the commercial
Shaq
break,
Davis
man.
is in the slot. Circle him. It's going to be a handoff near side to Flowers. Can't get any room.
Still on commercial break,
and
bro.
FAMU
Nothing
brings
I
him
can do,
down.
man. I'm just trying to keep at least.
I tell you one thing I've known about FAMU is you look at Isaiah Major once again going sideline to sideline.
We're just trying to keep
There's
our
not
interest
a whole
up,
lot
man.
of yards after contact.
I'm
when
waiting
the
on him to
FAMU
return.
guys tackle.
You know what I'm
Like,
saying?
these guys get
I ain't
you
gonna let us
around
miss
quick.
nothing.
I tell you, since Isaiah Land has gone out in that first quarter, Isaiah Major has been the player.
Isaiah Major has definitely been the player.
He's got to have double-digit tackles on the day.
But this just goes to show,
All
man,
over
like,
the field
you know,
from that middle linebacker position.
it's a lot going on.
Two receivers right, one left. Two backs in the backfield now for the Bulldogs.
This third quarter is a big
Fields
third
back to
quarter though
throw
for Jackson
to Shaq
State.
Davis caught. Touchdown, South Carolina State. It doesn't matter who's on him.
You don't
Shaq
bump and
Davis
run
is
him,
going to catch
he's
the
gonna
football.
get you.
I think you called it. We got to try to get the number one, and that's what South Carolina State did on that drive there.
If you don't bump and run him.
Homecoming for Alabama State University. They trail 10-6 against the 8th-ranked Jackson State Tigers. As we say hello and welcome you back in with Jay Walker, I'm Tiffany Green. In the first half, as Alabama State held toe-to-toe right there with the top team in HBCU football.
You would normally be happy with that one, but the fact of the matter is Jackson State did not play their best game of football. Jackson State all season long has been slow starting, finishing extremely well. So they didn't play well, but they still have the lead. Here's how they got it. Give credit to Alabama State. Came out, opening drive, connected on a touchdown. Great job by D. Davis, fine time. Then, if you're Jackson State, Shedeur Sanders tried to pressure him with the blitz. One-on-one coverage on the outside. Perfectly thrown fade route for the score. And then right before the half, less than 30 seconds to go before halftime, they increased the lead to make it a 4-point difference at halftime. So I'm going to give credit to Jackson State for being able to overcome. And you see the stats right there. Shedeur Sanders, 14 of 22, 166 yards. Running game not quite as effective as you would like, but it was an ugly game in the first half.
Shedeur Sanders hitting 8 different receivers in that first half. Meanwhile, Alabama State gets the ball here to start the second half. Remember, they scored on their opening possession back in the first quarter. And D. Davis and that offense will return to the field. If you're Eddie Robinson, are there any adjustments that you need to see your team make?
Come out with that same fire you did, like, out of the locker room. So often we've seen teams, when they come out with the script, then it looks good in the first drive, and then they get away from it. I thought they had a really well-scripted package in the first half. But we see right now, we saw D. Davis get hit hard and fall on that shoulder. We wonder if we'll see him in the second half, because starting the second half is backup quarterback Miles Crawley.
Well, Crawley, who had the starting job after last season, connects with Jeremiah Hickson on his first pass. It's complete. So Crawley, who came into this program just a sophomore out of Tucker, Georgia, last coaching staff felt like he was really special, had the potential to be that, and now he gets tapped after being the backup now to D. Davis.
Not the runner that Davis is, but you saw the quick release and a lot of arm strength, and they have the size, and he's played in a very productive high school program.
Hickson, once again, one of the playmakers on offense, as D. Davis is on the sideline. We'll be curious to see if we'll see him at all for the remainder of the game. 6 of 9, just 60 yards through the air, but that all-important touchdown to Keyshawn Johnson, excuse me.
Here we go.
Hickson, third time targeted, and trying to skirt along that sideline before stepping out of bounds. That'll bring up 3rd and 4.
And they're continuing to go with this little bunch formation. 2 receivers stacked behind each other up top. 2 receivers in the same formation on the bottom. Seems to be giving Jackson State some trouble right now. And they're going to keep running plays like that until they come out of this look.
Line to gain the 45-yard line of ASU, and they keep going to that left side, a little extra stutter stepping. I think if Hickson would have just gone forward, he would have been able to get that first down.
Costly mistake, and I think you almost have to punt football. Depending on where they spot this, 3rd and 2, rather than step out of bounds, if he goes for it and comes forward, he gets it now. They're going to mark him short.
2 yards short of the sticks. And so Eddie Robinson Jr. electing to keep his offense on the field.
Don't do it. You got to punt the ball away. That's just a mistake from the receiver that should have picked up the first down yardage.
Looks like he's going to just take the...
I think he got him to agree to reset the 25-second clock. But I didn't think that was the case.
Some confusion on the field as to what just transpired. Did they take a timeout? Did the clock reset? We'll get some indication if they took the delay of game.
And doing that, that's okay.
Okay, right.
Because in that situation, your punter can make that up for you. You know, what's the difference between a 52-yard punt and a 47-yard punt? So timeouts are valuable in the second half. So in that situation, taking delay game allows you to keep your timeout. But I'd still have a word with Hickson not picking up that first down yardage, stepping out of bounds.
So Aubrey Grace on to punt it away. Willie Gaines awaits. The punt rolls down to the 23-yard line. So Shador Sanders, who we mentioned, had a slow start to that first half, 14 of 22, 166 yards. But what's the thing that we always say about Shador Sanders? He doesn't make a lot of mistakes. Only 1 interception on the season. And again, he found his receivers. He's made some throws, and we expect him to come out strong in the second half.
I mean, that's what they do. We've seen this story before. You know, they only have 10 points, but it's no fault of Shador Sanders. The offensive line didn't do their job, but I think they'll shore up the protection, and it could be lights out for Alabama State if he gets it going.
Looking as Rico Powers, the 9th different receiver that Sanders has thrown to, brought down by Colton Adams.
Good job there. Bubba Adams making that open field tackling space. When you talk about Adams, normally you think of a run-stuffing linebacker. They're making a pretty good open field tackle.
And bringing pressure, getting the ball away in time. That's Dallas Daniels, and Daniels sheds a tackler, spins down as Rashad Davis makes the stop.
When you bring pressure, you're exposing your secondary to man-to-man coverage. You have to make the tackle. They don't get to the quarterback, you need to make that tackle. That's when your defensive coordinator is relying on the cornerback to make the tackle to limit the damage.
Pickup of 17 for Daniels, fresh set of downs. Escaping the pocket, still rolling, keeping his eyes downfield, and gave it a gimme right into the hands of Keenan Isaac, the interception master for this Hornet defense. Well, just as we said, Shador Sanders doesn't make a lot.
Hey, who do you blame that on? Because the play was there, and he was just trying to loft it.
Yeah, and a wide open wide receiver. I mean, everything he does on this play is nice. This is what you teach. Ball security, step through it, keep your eyes downfield, but the ball just floated and got away from him. There was an open receiver there. It's an easy throw, but just too lackadaisical. And Keenan Isaac with the gimme INT.
Isaac, who had an interception last week against Texas Southern, gives his offense great starting field position. As Crawley escapes, has a man open. It's Jeremiah Hickson who gets his feet down in time. Well, every pass that's been thrown so far since Miles Crawley came in has been to Jeremiah Hickson, and now they're inside the red zone.
And I critiqued Hickson a little bit before by not getting the first down yardage, but this is a great job of reestablishing that he is inbounds clearly, not making it close, knowing where he is on the football field, because he easily could have drifted out of bounds. That was a great play by Hickson.
So switching it up here for the Hornets offense. Crawley having success through the air. They hand it off to Santo Dunn. Dunn, who gets a gain of a few, stopped by Herman Smith.
Herman Smith does a good job of filling the gap from his free safety position. The sophomore from San Diego, California. This is gut check time right here. This is what I love. Conference football play. You got the ball in the red zone. It's not going to be easy to try and cross the goal line.
And Aubrey Miller shaken up on the play. He will trot to the sideline. That noisy linebacker you talked about for the Tigers, an NFL prospect. So they're keeping it moving here.
Some confusion right here. Alabama State thought there was going to be a timeout. What do I do right now? Aubrey Miller out the game, starting my linebacker. Misdirection. Confuse whoever the backup is, try and get him to get out of place.
Into the hands, the shifty Chauncey Moore. Or excuse me, Santo Dunn.
One of my favorite players, you know, Cameron Silver Craig. Watch how quickly he feels. You see daylight? No, you don't. Plays over, number 7 coming in, ending it.
They could still pick up a first down if they get to the one. Crawley throws it with crossing, or excuse me, a slant there, and that brings up 4th down.
Points. Absolutely. That's the jeopardy you have when you've got your backup quarterback in. And we've seen Crawley make some great plays, but look here. They've got this pass route covered inside and out. Fortunate that Silman Craig didn't come away with the interception. They missed an extra point earlier, which was closer than this, so this is definitely not a gimme for your guy.
Nathaniel Eichner, the true freshman who was the hero last week. He scored 10 of the 16 points in that big road win for the Hornets over Texas Southern from 22 yards out. And this one is no good. Ouch. So a missed extra point and now a missed gimme from 22 yards out as the Hornets come up empty. Wide left.
Okay, so yeah, he's got to get cut. So, but he won the game last week. So let's look at it like this, okay? Jackson State was just driving. They made some adjustments offensively to attack ASU's defense, and you've seen ASU. They're playing the same defense that they did in the first half. There's no adjustments for them to be made. The only adjustments is for JSU. However, Shador breaks the pocket and lets that one float. It kills the drive. Other than that, you don't see this team being able to move the ball the way that they needed to. Now, they came out and made some adjustments, JSU did, to shore up Crawley because he's just going to get the ball out quickly. The problem is that Crawley will put the ball in harm's way. So if it ain't right now for Crawley, it's a problem. And that deep pass was a bust on JSU secondary. So, you know, you got to take advantage of that. They did, but they didn't get any points out of the circumstance. So that turnover is null and void. Let's see what Shador does and JSU does on this coming drive. I would expect for them to not abandon the run. The run is essential right here because the run creates balance. Balance creates mismatches. Mismatches create opportunities, and you handle your business. So we're looking for them to return after this commercial break, and then we should be back in shape. But let's go. Let's see.
ASU connection, a number of different civil rights leaders who have ties to here. Fred Shuttlesworth, who the airport is named after in Birmingham, was a student here, Ralph Abernathy, who has a small museum as his house was turned into that. Also, proud ASU. On the carry was Cy Wilkerson. And Wilkerson picks up a few. Back in that first half, Savion Wilkerson at 34 yards on the ground. And now how does Shador Sanders rebound after just his second interception of the season?
If you think about it, he threw one interception on the very last play versus Mississippi Valley State, the dominating win, and threw the second one here. So let's see how he rebounds.
There's Nelson Jordan trying to bring pressure, just getting it away in time and sending Sanders back to the ground again like we saw a lot in the first half.
Yeah, that's what you want from your defensive end. Watch the motor of number 94, Nelson Jordan. You see him coming to your screen. Shador's trying to escape. Going to keep going till the whistle blows. High energy, high motor guy, Nelson Jordan. Now, you've got two safeties high. You're going to get some type of zone coverage. So this is where you have to trust your offensive line if you're Shador Sanders. They haven't played well, but no, stand in there and you got time to throw the ball.
Has time and then connects with Rico Powers, and Powers is brought down by a swarm of Hornets. But that's good enough for the first down.
And they gave him the protection, which enabled him the opportunity to pick apart the zone coverage. He's going to pick apart zone coverage, make that look easy.
Sanders, the Jerry Rice Award winner from a season ago, gave him to the nation's best freshman. Now making the campaign for more was thrown there. We came into this game talking about him being in the conversation as a Heisman hopeful, wanting to win the Walter Payton Award, given to the best player in FCS as well. And coming into today's game, these are his numbers, beyond
Nice.
impressive.
They want to say the FCS rank. I mean, those on any level of football, if it was Division III or period, that's impressive. That deserves being mentioned in the conversation for a guy that's got NFL bloodlines as well, and made a choice. I think America knows he made a choice to go to Jackson State to be with his father. He could have gone to a number of other schools.
2nd and 10 and brought down as he was tripped up at the ankles. That was Adrian Maddox. Record the sack.
They continue to bring pressure to try to get him off the spot. And we know the weakness has been the offensive line. A little bit of a mismatch there. As you'll see Maddox use the athleticism, get around and make the big play.
Second sack of the ball game for the Hornets defense, and now 3rd and long for JSU. Swings it out and incomplete. 4th down, and the punting unit will come on for the Tigers.
This looks like a very frustrated offensive unit right now. They're frustrated. They think they can, win the one-on-one matchups. They think they've got the game plan. When the offensive line makes mistakes, it costs them. And when the wide receivers are being covered, that's when the offensive line is doing well. Not in sync right now as an offensive unit.
Punt by Sam Johnson, and Hickson skirts out of bounds after crossing over the 45-yard line. So Alabama State with a chance to come back and strike here, trailing.
Cheesiest, Jay.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I just think that was a bad series. You really never really got into a rhythm. There were some opportunities there for that drive, but again, ASU played good defense. I think that you bring Shador brings the running back up to stop the pressure because he has a mismatch. He has Bubba on Dallas Daniels. Y'all didn't see that, but Bubba was lined up on Dallas. Now, granted, they're playing a zone, but he was lined up on Dallas, and you want to take that shot because it was at that point it's only 3rd and 9 or whatever the case may be. Or I mean, it's 2nd and 9. You get that block right there, you pick up that blitz right there, and you got the middle of the field wide open for you to be able to do whatever you want to. But right now, Shador is high on some things, so I think that he's pressing a little bit, and not really pressing, but frustrated. But yeah, man, you want to take full advantage of those opportunities. I'm telling you, you got to take your head off to Alabama State. There was somebody who said that they had enough pride to fight. However, their offense can't do anything. So until Jackson State rights the ship, we don't know if Bama State can do anything.
Tough day at the office so far for Shador Sanders, as he's been sacked a couple of times, but again, he's been taking some punishment from the Hornets.
Yeah, you see the pressure here, and gets rid of the ball, but look at a little bit of a snap back there. And not trying to speculate anything out there, but consecutive plays like that one have you wondering a little bit. And as going to the commercial break, saw Coach Prime take a look, have a little talk with him, see what's going on.
And as a quarterback, just like we hear every coach say of an athlete, you have to have a short-term memory, but certainly some of those hits, you feel them. And that's what Alabama State's defense wants them to feel. Now, the Hornets offense back moving. Pass complete to Keyshawn Johnson. Johnson, who stepped out.
Why are you
We've got Miles Crawley in the game because it seems like D. Davis, starting quarterback for Alabama State, he was taken out for this game on a hard hit. We haven't seen him in the second half.
Crawley is coming to this ball game 6 of 7 through the air for 45 yards. The handoff to Ja'Cory Merritt. Merritt with a solid run. Well, you see the difference here. We got the Earth, Wind, and Fire, Merritt, Howell, and Santo Dunn. For several years prior, we were used to seeing Ezra Gray run the rock.
Ezra Gray was a go-to staple in this lineup, the running back position. And for Crawley coming in the game as the backup, the moment he can get more comfortable and slow the speed of his game down, maybe be able to have an impact.
Merritt, and that one was snuffed out. Easy for Geronte Davis to find Merritt. Loss of yardage, and that brings up 4th down.
You can't go there. A-gap blitz. They're bringing Miller and Merritt. 45 to 32 are going there. One of them is going to get to the ball. You need to pull it and throw that ball somewhere away rather than losing yards.
So a quick 3 and out for Alabama State. And right now, Jay, this is just a slugfest.
And I was thinking, who wins the game when it becomes ugly? Who does the advantage go towards? We know Jackson State can play ugly. They want to beat you up and dominate. But if you're Alabama State, maybe you need to have it an ugly ball game in order to win. Trying to pull off the upset.
Shador Sanders ready to bounce back when we come back.
I hate to say this, but this type of game is everything that Alabama State wanted, scripted, hoped for, dreamed of, wished, and they still don't have control of the game. You got a powerful offense off balance right now, so there's no way that they're going to put up 40 points in the next 20 minutes of football left. Well, it potentially could happen if you get a bunch of turnovers and stuff like that. But at this particular point, Alabama State's played the best that they possibly could play. And the opportunities to take advantage of Alabama State's errors, Jackson State just hasn't done that. You know, the busted blitz pickup twice by the running back. You got the wrong running back in the game. You know what I'm saying? You've gotten away from going back on the ground. Maybe you reestablish that. Either way it goes, Alabama State is looking like they are in it, but they just can't get control of it. Yeah, you got to win ugly sometimes, but you don't want this. Look at this. Look, and then you had this boy off like that.
Shedeur Sanders, who's been superb all season long, has been slowed down a little here today as just 58% completion percentage, held to 196 yards. However, still 5:16 remaining in the third, and they got a whole nother quarter to go after in regulation.
They've gotten Sanders off his mark. If you can stop him from hitting his numbers, then you have a chance at pulling off the victory. And give credit to this Alabama State defense. There's a reason why he's not played Shedeur Sanders-like statistically. We'll see if he can pick it up in the second half. Well, what's left in the second half, because they're going to need him to.
Those INTs, one last game, and another here today.
You know what they're going to do?
What are they going to do?
They're going to bring pressure. Okay. If Shedeur didn't look good those last series out there, you don't sit back and let him find a groove. You bring the heat, and I anticipate them bringing a lot of pressure on these next set of downs. He's going to have to complete a couple big throws.
Well, just sneaking through and finding small spaces is Savion Wilkerson. Gain of about 4. And what more do you need to do if you're Brett Bartolone to help Shedeur Sanders get into his groove? Easy swing passes like that out to Wilkerson.
Limit the playbook, keep everything where you can get rid of the football quickly. The longer you hold on to the ball as a quarterback, the more likely the chance you're going to get hit, and the more the hits you're going to hurt. Quick pass game, guys can't build momentum to hit you that hard. So go to the quick pass game. He's sharp enough to have the ability to pick apart a defense before the ball is snapped.
Big third down coming up. That's correction there. First down. That's right, I was looking on the screen, Jay. You were confused too. Rico Powers on the outside nearly makes an outstanding grab. Mikey Victor on the coverage.
I call that a low percentage throw. If it's bump and run, man-to-man coverage. But look how well thrown this ball is. Who's the only one's going to make that catch? It would have only been Powers, and he probably should have made the catch. That's what you talk about, muscle memory and having timing with the wide receivers.
Look how loose they are.
Hand off, and Wilkerson with great running room. Wilkerson continuing to pick up good yardage, and I'll tell you, just the asset of a running back like him in your backfield.
Yeah, I mean, number count. 5 guys to block, 5 guys with a great running back like Wilkerson. Too easy. When I saw the pre-snap look, I said, you have to run the ball in this situation. And Wilkerson made him pay. And a good job up front by Tyler Brown, Zachary Bro, and Dimitri Jordan.
21-yard gain from the 45. Sanders finds Wilkerson again. Swung out of bounds by Bellamy. And the Jackson State sideline responding to how Wilkerson was taken down.
Because it happened on their sideline. Good job of trying to chase it down by Bellamy. To me, that's not deliberate. I mean, really not any player danger. It's more sideline danger than folks that are a little bit too close to the action. But now they're coming after. Safety high. Look at the defensive backs. They're looking at the waist of the wide receivers they're guarding. That lets you know this is man-to-man coverage. Here comes the blitz.
Getting it away quickly in and out of the hands as it was bobbled by Shane Hooks. Keenan was right there to cover him.
One-on-one, find your best matchup. Crossing routes are the most effective man-to-man routes you can have. Get somebody in stride. I don't know if I would be so aggressive on this 3rd and 2. Because if I'm Shedeur Sanders, if I get that same look with man-to-man coverage, I may go for the home run ball over the top, knowing that we're probably going to go for it on 4th down.
They toss it out to Wilkerson. Wilkerson, who has been the workhorse all game in this season long, goes right at Bubba Adams.
I mean, he's good. I mean, this is football. Adams, meet Wilkerson, outside, sweep, left, not going out of bounds, nobody given. The lower center of gravity wins most of the time.
Right now, both sides seemingly kind of tense in terms of their fans. They are watching on intently. Great ball game here from the Gum. Gets it away, complete. Q Davis, that penalty marker comes out near the 50.
Personal foul. Roughing the passer. Defense, number 94. 15-yard penalty from the end of the run. First down.
Roughing the passer by Nelson Jordan.
They keep
one of those penalties you just have to take. When you talk to Coach Robinson, so those high-energy guys, sometimes they're going to be too aggressive and hit the quarterback a little bit late. Nelson Jordan's played a great game for Alabama State, but got caught, late hit, giving Jackson State better field position.
Suppose we don't count in football.
From the 25, Sanders trailing back, has Kevin Coleman in for the score. What a catch by Kevin Coleman.
This is special.
30-yard throw and catch. Well, Kevin Coleman made an outstanding grab. Let's take another look at it here. Was he in before the knee was down?
They'll take a look at it, but how about the presence of Shedeur Sanders? They played zero coverage. He drifted to buy time. Kevin Coleman from St. Louis, Missouri, one of the top high school wide receivers a season ago, got behind this man, able to adjust to the ball as he beat Maddox. And I don't think you see enough to overturn that.
The previous play is under further.
It's close. It's from the backside, you would say that he's short. From the front side, you would say that he's in because it's where the ball is, not where his knee is. It's where the ball is. The ball breaks a piece of the plane. They either do not have enough evidence to overturn a call, or it's the SWAC. See, his arm is beyond the white chalk. So there you go. But again, every time that they show a single high safety, you just got to go downfield. And Jackson State wasn't doing that earlier on, or they were missing opportunities. You see what I'm saying? We'll see what they do right here. But I know Coleman really wanted this touchdown because it would be his first.
As quickly as I'm saying that's a touchdown, there's no way you're going to tell me you got video that tells me it's not a touchdown. So that touchdown should stand.
Kevin Coleman was one of the top slot receivers in this year's class. Again, adding another weapon on the outside for Shedeur Sanders. So they're taking their time to review this. But again, let's talk about that response from Shedeur Sanders after we await the call.
After the call on the field stands. Touchdown.
So it holds, but Shedeur Sanders, the response that we see every time after there may be a miscue or a hard hit, he pops right back up and then answers with this touchdown throw.
And young quarterbacks can learn a lot. I mean, that wasn't the most accurately thrown ball, but because he knew where the weakness of the defense was, with the blitz coming, the middle field open, find my guy running a deep post, which is a blitz killer, home run ball over the top, and allow the athletes to make plays, use their speed to get by. So that was a well-executed play against an aggressive defensive call from Alabama State.
This is a great game by Alabama State to be in it at this
Mata
point, down 10.
on to attempt the extra point. I think when you think about, finding the open man, Willie Gaines was a 30.
Now, this final score could be what I think Scotty called it earlier. The final score could be 30, 34, or whatever, 36-6 or something like that, whatever the case may be. But Bama State's fighting.
So, do you want to know what I think are the top 5 homecomings in all of HBCU?
Yeah, I don't want no problems, Jay. I'm gonna let you stand alone on this island. I can't wait to hear what you come up with.
I mean, we call it like we see it.
No, you say you call it like
I
you see it. Don't put me in this one because we're gonna have Jay's Give Me 5 coming up as you rank what you think the top 5 homecomings are.
Hey, as they say in the hip hop culture, hey, Jay's word is bond. My word is bond, man. so or the rule of the law, the lay of the land, how do you want to call it? But after this kick, we'll let you know the top 5 homecomings in Alabama State. Trying to save their homecoming right now.
Hickson on the return across the 15, the 20, 30. He's got room along that left side. Steps out, just cross the 49-yard line. All right, here we go, Jay.
All right, let's get it going. Let's come in. Top 5 homecomings. Number 5, let's go down to Prairie View A&M. I like what you do and heard about you. The barbecue's great, too. Number 4, the T, the U, SKE, the GEE Tuskegee. Woo! You know about that shit. North Carolina A&T, they call it G-Ho. It used to be one of those tops up there, but I'm going with Spellhouse at number 2 now. Spellman, Morehouse, combined at AUC. And number 1, there is no doubt. If you don't know, you better ask somebody. Howard University. If we don't do nothing else, we're going to out homecoming everybody. And I put that school in Tallahassee on the bubble.
The proud homer from Howard, as on the carry is Santo Dunn. I don't appreciate the disrespect of my beloved university, Florida A&M. Certainly, Tiff's 2 cents. Tiff's 2 cents says FAMU deserves to be at the top of the list. We've got wait. Good Morning America is coming our way for homecoming this year. Last year, the epic homecoming. Remember, ESPN also found themselves there for first take. The only place where you had college game day. Number 1. Public HBCU.
What school would you bump off that list to move Florida A&M, your alma mater?
So you're trying to get me in trouble. I'm just telling you that my school, since you don't homer, I'm a homer. Keyshawn Johnson with the catch. Nice one as he gets to the outside, cross the 30, and he's brought down. Well, Miles Crawley has come in and done a nice job. We just learned that Davis out for the rest of the game with a shoulder injury.
And with the quick release, see, when you've got a guy with a quick release or a strong arm like Crawley, that allows wide receiver to do more damage after the catch because they're getting the ball a little bit sooner. Good job in backup duty by Miles Crawley, giving this offense a spark.
7 of 8 from his quarterback position, then hands it off. That's Shakori Merritt, and Merritt, who they love to call the wind because he's so smooth like it. A great run down into the red zone.
You'll see him change directions, finding a crease. Silver Craig misses the tackle. And very fortunate that Dewan Nugget Warren was there to prevent the touchdown.
And that brings us to the end of the third quarter. Well, Jackson State tacked on some insurance, got a touchdown, but the Hornets are driving.
All right, so this is the drive that you wanted to see from Bama State. You wanted to see them respond to that scoring drive. Granted, if they do not get in the end zone right here, do they kick another field goal or do they go for it? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's that critical. They can't afford to try another field goal and miss it, and then you're down 17-6, and your defense can't stop Jackson State. Now, I'm glad that they put a drive together because it gives the defense a break to be able to regroup, reset their agenda and things like that. But, you know, Jackson State right now is on the attack because they smell blood and you show weakness. So you got to respond right here. Yashara Allah, yeah, they have not thrown to Dejon Nuggets side not one time. Every pass attempted this game has been to the left. It has been void of Dejon Warren Nugget. So what I would probably do is, do you move him to the wide side of the field because they're not throwing short? They're not throwing anything to the short side of the field from the right hash. They're not throwing to the right hash toward JSU side because Warren is, give him credit. He's got his man locked up. He's pressing his man. They can't get off the press. And they ain't even looking. Miles Crawley is not even looking at Nuggets side. He's one read. It's got to be in front of him. It's either the quick screen to the receiver, or it's something out the backfield to a running back. Is, I think they hit one like in the middle. No, that was a run in the middle, but it's only a couple of things that Crawley can do. He can't see the whole field either. Davis can't see it either, but it don't matter. Field goal and let the defense work. But everything, he's missed an extra point and 2 field goal attempts. He's not going to make this next one. They just better not turn the ball over right here. If they turn the ball over right here, that's a problem. That's a whole problem.
Hornets on the move right now. Their quarterback, D. Davis, was knocked out of the game with a shoulder injury. Since then, Miles Crawley has come in and done a great job here in the second half on the jet sweep behind. There's Jeremiah Hickson, and Hickson, who's bottled up and really nowhere to go. Loss of a couple.
Well, they had it there. The jet sweep was there, but they had 2 guys in the same spot. Spacing was poor. But I'm going to say this. The way we've seen Crawley come in to throw the football, I feel comfortable with him throwing the ball. Things happen quicker in the red zone, but we know this is where Jackson State likes to get very aggressive. When you get them on the ropes, they attack more. So they're going to be blitzing. They're going to have blitzing linebackers.
Top-ranked defense in all of FCS, stingy when it comes to giving up points, just about 9 a game. Crawley, one-on-one coverage. Edmonds, the intended target, incomplete, but a couple of penalty markers coming out at the end of the play.
Yeah, that should be the best offense.
Personal foul, roughing the passer. Defense, number 97. Half the distance to the goal, automatic first down.
You see number 97, Devontae Davis. After he engages, the ball is clearly gone from the quarterback's hand, the release, and hit him a little bit late. And we've seen it's been consistent. If you take any type of late hit, close hit against the quarterback in this game, they've been calling it pretty equally across the board. And this time it hurts Jackson State.
That bumps them down to the Jackson State 8-yard line. First and goal for Alabama State. You just want points. If you're Alabama State, if you could get a touchdown, certainly that would serve you better. Barrett with really nowhere to go, second down and goal.
Yeah, know the scouting report. You know, when you play Jackson State, and what makes them special on defense is they can say, okay, we put everybody in the box and everybody get a man. Man-to-man coverage, which means we have more people crowding the line of scrimmage than you can block. So when they get backed up, Dennis Thurman's going to blitz. I mean, that's the strength of his team, the secondary with the man-to-man coverage. So that's the case. You can't be afraid to challenge them throwing the ball.
Now the ball on the 10-yard line after loss of a couple. Taking their time. And they're going to...
Man, please refrain from playing when the team addresses the ball. Thank you.
Love that. We call that an HBCU warning right there. And the band's going to get into it, try and help out your team best you can.
So quieting the sonic boom of the South as the Hornets have the ball. Crawling. Sees pressure, gets rid of it, able to complete the pass. That's Isaiah Scott. And again,
I think that's maybe a targeting.
Late flag coming out. You think the targeting there after they pushed him.
Listen to me, man. This is what I'm talking about. Like the SWAC referees have to get better. They have to get better. He don't even hit the Bama State player. Watch this. He hits Aubrey. He hits Aubrey. He don't even hit the Alabama. How do you throw the flag, bro? He hit his own player.
Head, his helmet-to-helmet contact.
Let's see the indicators. He's a ball carrier, so he's not a defensive player. Let's make that saying he's in a running position. But is there a lowering of the helmet, and does he hit the crown of the helmet, make contact? And right now, if you're Jackson State, you need something to say that it wasn't targeting so you get it overturned and Aubrey Miller can stay in this game. Let's look at this.
So he lowers right there.
That's it. That's
and helmet to helmet.
That's it. He hit him with the absolute top crown of the helmet, and that made contact with the other helmet. I don't see how you over that. That's what the rule was there for. Lowering of the helmet, a launch.
And what would be a loss on the play now gives them 15 yards, well, half the distance to the goal. But not only that, one of your top defensive players off the field and a fresh set of downs for Alabama State.
Yes. Big play here. And I'm going to say this, the call stands, they got it right. Ultimately, you want the game to be called fairly by the rule book, and that's a target. That's what it's there for. Hats off to the official catching it on a bang-bang play. Tough break for Aubrey Miller. Played a good game. Fantastic football player.
And they're still discussing it here as want to make sure they get the call right. It's a critical call too.
I like supporting the call, but I mean, unless you're trying to find where to spot the ball, which they did a good job for, there's not enough to overturn that call on the field. That's textbook. When it's textbook, let's keep the game moving.
So both sides await, and the call is about to come our way.
review has been confirmed. Number 45 is disqualified from the contest. First down.
That is big for the things that you mentioned before. Now that we know the penalty, starting inside linebacker, all SWAC performer, candidate for SWAC Defensive Player of the Year, Aubrey Miller's got to watch this closely fought contest from the sideline.
That's something new in terms of the changes to the rule. Now the player can stay on the field as opposed to have to go back into the locker room, but disqualified for this game.
Number 40, Dylan Creech comes into the backfield. They use him as an H-back. Follow him, and you can normally find the football.
Hit it off. That's Howell. Howell getting closer near the 1 yard line.
If you have success with that play, get to the line of scrimmage, run it again. But a little bit of sense of urgency. Do not allow too much time to tick off the clock. Let's not forget you're down by 11 points, even though there's time left. I like the fact that get to the line of scrimmage quickly.
So timeout taken.
That's their first charge timeout of the half. Jackson State timeout.
We'll take a step aside as well here from Montgomery.
Yeah, man, I can say it in versus typing. That was a weak call. It's just as weak as the call against Tennessee State on Shador. Both of those calls should not have been called. The referee was trigger happy. If you don't give a strike zone, you end up hitting helmet to helmet unintentionally. Is he okay? So let me run it back real quick. Now I can run it back and show you where Savion Wilkerson caught the ball out of the backfield on the last drive where they scored, turns upfield and takes on Bubba, the middle linebacker, head on, and he knocks Bubba off of him. Do you know what Bubba grabbed? His helmet. You know what he aimed for? His helmet. They didn't get any foul right there, and Savion's helmet comes up off of him. Not only that, this is a contact sport, and you're being too delicate with the sport. He's not aiming at his head. He's leading. He sees his target. He leads. He even tries to turn his shoulder, but they get no play in that. It's just the fact that the receiver that's running the ball has his head down, and he can't have his head down. Who runs the ball with their head down? It's not supposed to happen that way. It's a bogus call. It takes away from the game. This is two automatic first down penalties on this drive within the red zone that continues to give Alabama State life. And the problem with that is people kind of insinuated that this would be the case going to Alabama State.
Oh yeah, so this is what's so cool is that the fans travel so well within the Southwestern Athletic Conference, the best in all of FCS football.
That's non-debatable. They lead in attendance every year by a lot over any other conference playing FCS football. Big play coming up.
Second and goal. Big one. Crawley takes it and he's stuffed. Extra effort. Ball comes out there at the end. That was Barrett Hobson who was there to beat him. And they're calling it a touchdown.
What the second effort.
And you know that one will be reviewed.
If this ball was fumbled, it becomes a touchdown.
It's a touchback.
Have to be a fumble forward.
Let's see.
Was hit, stop, knee not down. Lunge.
It broke the plane.
That can't be a touchdown. I mean, with that review there.
The ball broke the plane on its own.
With that review, you'll see when the offensive lineman recovers a football, he's clearly
The ruling on the field is a
not
touchdown.
in. 69
It's under further review.
is not in the end zone when he gets the ball. Salter
It's
from an angle we
into
saw
the end
earlier.
zone. It's a touchback. But I bet you they don't get this right. I bet you they don't get this right.
The ball's not in. Ah!
I bet you they don't get this right.
We'll look over it a little bit more. So will the officials. Come back with us.
The ball's out, and it's fumbled into the end zone. It should be a touchback. I appreciate that, Glenn Moore. Straight up, appreciate that. But this is you know, this is what I mean by SWAC refs. They don't see the game. It's like they're calling a little league game. It's two things are happening here. Was Crawley's forward progress stopped at the point of attack because he did not surge forward until after the fact? When he surges forward, is his knee down? If his knee is not down when he surges forward, he fumbles the ball into the end zone. It is ruled by rule, ladies and gentlemen, a touchback. I'm going to say it one more time. If his forward progress was stopped before he lunged, he's down right there. But if they allowed it to play out and his lunge counts, he fumbles the ball and it breaks the plane, which means it can't be a touchdown. It has to be a touchback. The offense does recover it, but does he recover it if it broke the plane? It shouldn't have never been ruled a touchdown. But if it's ruled a touchdown, they're going to say they don't have the evidence to overturn it. That's going to lead to a 12 to 19 point game. And now you have a photo finish set up. Instead of this being a touchback, it's going to be some wacky stuff. It's the SWAC. This is why it's very important for them to go and train year-round.
Zone by the lineman. We will get the official ruling after review.
After further review, the ruling on the field stands.
They didn't say confirmed. They said stand. All right, so look. So let me keep it a buck because, Melvin, you told me I don't know what I'm talking about. Watch the play again. Who scores the touchdown? If it's a touchdown, who scored it? Crawley is back there. The ball is out. It breaks the plane, and the lineman jumps on the ball. It is considered a touchback by rule.
Version here. Wildcat.
Jawan Howell in the Wildcat.
Jump pass.
Jump pass. Oh, in and out of the hands of Jalen Lay. So the failed 2-point conversion. And Alabama State down by a touchdown.
Yeah, 6'7" tight end. You want to throw the ball high. Why didn't he go up for two hands?
Have y'all ever, I guess y'all don't watch enough football. Have y'all ever seen an offense run the ball and is stripped or fumble the ball and it fumbles into the end zone? If it fumbles into the end zone, it's a touchback. It's not a touchdown. What are y'all talking? Never mind.
when you go back and look at it for Alabama State, you think about the missed PAT after the touchdown in that first quarter, the missed field goal, the little chip shot, and then right there, that 2-point conversion. That's 6 points left on the field.
In a game in which they're trailing by 5 right now. So if you could reverse it, have an opportunity to go up 1, but now they're still in the trail position. And they're putting a lot of pressure on that defense again to try and stop an offense that averages 47 points a game. The defense has been lights out for Alabama State. What do they have left in them?
Joel Yvette on the return. And then you think about the Jackson State defense and, you know, how they've given up 2 touchdowns today, just 4 entering today's game.
As we start to get to conference play, I always say your neighbors know you. Your family knows you. More time, more film to take a look and scout, critique. But what a great showing it's been by Alabama State here trying to protect the Hornets' nest on homecoming.
Shedeur Sanders and the Jackson State offense back out onto the field. 242 yards through the air, pressure as he felt it. Shedeur Sanders brought down afterward by Stephon.
Bro, you ain't the only one who played D1 football. You're not the only one to play D1 football. The rule is on every level of football. The fumbling rule into the end zone is on every level of football. You can't fumble it into the end zone, bro. It's a touchback.
Box, and that ball didn't cross the line of scrimmage. Say somebody was in the area, that may be the gray one, but right now, Jackson State's on the ropes offensively. They need to come up with a play with all the star power and the weapons they have. There's only one football. Somebody needs to make a play with it.
Sanders zips it in to Dallas Daniels. Daniels, graduate transfer from Western Illinois, who has been one of those playmakers for this Tiger offense. 3rd and 6 on the way. The sideline to get the call. Sanders right there has an open man, and first time today that DJ Stevens, the tight end, has been targeted.
The drive package, you'll see a crossing route with the curl route behind it, and it all started with the penetration. They gave time to Sanders to go through his progression.
They hand it off to J.D. Martin, and Martin with a nice burst of speed and penalty marker back at the 35.
Outside,
37.
defense. That penalty is declined. First down.
We talk about Shedeur Sanders and the Heisman hype and things of that nature. I'm going back to, like, it's moments in games like this that people remember, that they see. You know, every time Sanders drops back, everybody in the stadium's on the edge of their seat, kind of like Steve McNair did back in 1993 through 96.
Moving out of the pocket and again skirting out of bounds as Kelvin Stokes was giving chase. Well, to your point, Jay, you think back to Steve McNair, you had the opportunity to play football while he was, and on this 1994 cover back in September of Sports Illustrated, they said, hand him the Heisman, the Alcorn State legend.
And people said, oh, he's an FCS quarterback where it was 1AA at the time. Well, if you go back and look at that draft, Steve McNair would still be the number 3 overall pick of that draft, NFL MVP, and I see some similarities.
Sanders with the pass complete to Rico Powers, and you think about how they started his campaign in the sophomore season of Steve McNair. We're seeing that push here for Shedeur Sanders in year 2.
In a college football game where everything's based off of numbers, Shedeur Sanders has some of the best numbers on any level of college football. Against some of the guys you'll hear in the Heisman Trophy conversation.
Quite impressive. 3rd and 4 season, open space, the recognition from Sanders. And you talked about that in the open. That's something that he's added this year.
Yeah, the ability to run. And we talked about Steve McNair. That's what keeps you gasping. Like,
bro, don't make me interrupt this good game, man, to pull up the rule and show you where you're wrong, Aaron Sanders. Don't make me do that to you, bro. It's not that serious. We got people that want to watch the game. Just relax, bro. It's your opinion.
Quickly out and met by Ershad Davis as Rico Powers had Ershad Davis all up in his grill.
They needed Davis to make a play. I mean, the leader of that secondary, he's the guy that has the talent to play the next level. And when you get in these type of contests, your ballers have to ball. Keep it simple.
Thanks, Melvin.
Not seeing as much blitzing from Alabama State as we saw in the first half as well.
It's over with now. They called it a touchdown. I'm just saying. Per the rule.
Again, Sanders stepping up and skirting by, and flag coming out late as you got to make sure you protect players, and personal foul on the way.
Probably tack on some more yardage at the end. Seems like Sanders gave himself up and might have been a launch by a defensive back of Alabama State. But do you hear how the crowd level goes up when he takes off from the pocket?
Just an excitable player, electrifying.
Personal foul, targeting for 16 on the defense. That play is under further review.
See what I'm saying? Now, watch this.
And against Mikey Victor, let's see.
He doesn't hit his helmet, but you can rule where the hit was at. Look. Oh, okay. Maybe he got the helmet on the side, but this is petty.
They'll look it over. We come back.
There's no aspect.
But anyway, man, as we were arguing a minute ago, it couldn't have been a touchdown by the quarterback because he never broke the plane with the ball. The ball was out and it was fumbled forward. The rule is the rule. Now, I'm not taking away from it. We're beyond that, but it's a 5-point game. So the touchdown count, no matter what we're talking about or what we're going back and forth about, the touchdown count. What should have happened was an explanation should have happened, which we don't get from the SWAC refs. He could have been like, the ball was fumbled and recovered by the offensive lineman in the end zone. Then if you say those words, then you'll be like, if it's fumbled forward, then you got to go back on the rule. Again, man, the SWAC refs can't ref. They don't know the rules. If they barely know the rule. They tread in the gray area of the rule. And this is their home cooking rule. Straight up and down, this is the home cooking rule. But yes, I don't like the targeting rule unless it's blatant. Unless it's blatant, don't call it. If you see somebody with their head just drop and they spearing somebody, you gotta call that. But if you see them making a football play and they're trying to get their head out of the way, which is impossible at the speed of the game, you don't call it, man. You just put that on contact. Stop throwing a freaking easy flag.
Alabama's winners of the step show.
And with that said, they do a nice homecoming step show. So I've gotten some texts on Black College Live, people asking, what about Alabama State's homecoming? Homecoming is new to them. This is only their second year of a regular homecoming, traditional homecoming, because the Turkey Day is so big down here. So y'all are getting there. You're getting there. Maybe you'll work, get your top 5.
First down, no targeting called on that last play. It's Willie Gaines. Willie Gaines, who had a touchdown catch earlier in this ball game, moves them into the red zone.
And he was a difference. That fade route he caught earlier versus the man-to-man coverage with the blitz, along with Kevin Coleman's deep bomb versus the blitz. Those are 2 touchdowns that were 0 coverage. And although, it's only he was probably 2 of 9 versus the blitz, those 2 hurt you for a lot. And that's why we haven't seen Alabama State bring pressure.
Over to J.D. Martin, and Martin skirts into the end zone for the score, tacking on some insurance for Jackson State. The second receiving touchdown of the season for J.D. Martin.
Have to make this open field tackle. I missed speed to the outside, but poor angle, missed tackle. They've done a good job of forcing Alabama State to cover all 53 yards across the field. And we've seen a number of missed tackles on the sideline that have hurt this Hornet defense, and that was another one.
One for 2 here.
That's exactly what it's saying.
They flip it over. The trick play to the back of the end zone. And the attempt fails. Well, Jackson State puts another one into the end zone, 16 yards for the touchdown and run after.
The game is not over. You still have 6 minutes left in the game. It's 23-12. You're up 11. So yeah, you do have a cushion. You do win. It's an ugly win. Well, it's not over, but you win this game. It is an ugly win, but I think that Jackson State scores 30 right here. Because now you got 6 minutes left and you can't run your normal offense. You need chunk plays because you're down 2 scores. And to tell you the truth, Bama State has been playing down 2, well, not really down 2 scores. Go look at the first half of the game. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't down 2 scores. So there was no need to get them to start passing. So the whole game plan was etched, and then they had to readjust. So what you have now is some issues. You have, do you press? How hard do you press? You can't go 0-3 right here. You can't be on 3rd down right here and it be 3rd and long, and then you turn around and you're in between punting and going for it, and you go for it, they score, you punt it, you relinquish the ball, and you ain't stopping them no more because you haven't stopped them entirely this second half. So you're in a catch-22. Melvin, I think that see, this is the problem with opinions, Melvin. You can't say that these people aren't good, bro, and they're beating the dog crap out of teams. Bama State worked their game plan to perfection and still is losing the game, bro. Everything was right for Alabama State. The circumstances, the score, everything you wanted to happen for your team happened, and you're still losing.
Seen him kind of favoring that right shoulder a little bit. He's taken a lot of contact and hits today. Don't want to speculate, but he's taking some punishment.
And the physical game, and Alabama State wanted to make it a physical game.
Oh, talk about physical right there. That was Baron Hobson making it physical right to Jeremiah.
That was a good block. Good block. By number 40, the fullback, with a better tackle.
Textbook.
And Crowley, Hickson won the flag. Boom. Hey.
That thump. So down 2 scores. Baron Hobson and this Jackson State defense wanted to keep Alabama State off the board as they're going to try a comeback here. Pass complete from Crawley to Isaiah Scott.
Yeah.
Well, I like this. 6.5 minutes left in the game. You need to up the tempo a little bit. Have some pace. You need to hurry, but not be in a rush. Don't rush it. Hurry up your tempo a little bit. See if you can maybe find a quick strike.
Probably being rushed. Tough pass intercepted. Jalen Hughes on the return. Hughes has some blocking out ahead along that right side. And there's some laundry on the field.
Let's see if they call pass interference. Right
Pretty
here.
good return, but I'm sure they're going to lose some return yardage on a holding. You see his great recognition by Hughes, comes up with it. And you're going to see right here, top of your screen, they're going to call that holding.
He must have hit himself
After
in
the
body.
interception, holding. 10 yards. First down.
Oh, the referee hit him in his leg.
That was a gift into the arms of Jalen Hughes as it bounced off of Scott's hand.
Then you'll see the interception there. Then see Bolden there, but right there, number 4 is where it came in. After he went by this not disengage, that's DeJuan Warren. That's what teams got to do. You know, you wanted to see how would Jackson State do in the second half. They've been so reliant on the second half performance, and now you're starting to see why many people think this is a championship caliber football team. It's a really good Alabama State team. They came out and handled their business when they needed to in the second half.
I think what Jackson State did last year, going perfect in the SWAC, winning the conference championship and being a representative for the Southwestern Athletic Conference in last year's Cricket Celebration Bowl.
If I'm Alabama State, I'm thinking about timeouts right now. Anytime you hold them to a minimal play like that, when they gain nothing on first down, call the timeout.
Cook, it's still not over. You got 5.5 and you got 3 timeouts.
Twice.
Some movement up front. That's the left tackle, Dimitri Jordan.
Ball start. Offense.
It's still time in the game. They got to get first downs.
Again, Jackson State content to kind of let as much time run off the clock as possible, sitting with a 2-score lead. Wilkerson on the carry, and Bubba Adams and company.
Yeah, I want a timeout now. I'm thinking about it. It's 4 minutes, 50 seconds. If you call the timeout, then make one more stop. You get the ball back with 4 minutes, 3.5. Right now, Jackson State takes their time getting to the line of scrimmage. Run the ball again here. That's almost a minute and a half of play time that you let just randomly go.
Do you feel like they would that may be too soon, though, Jay, in the sense of no. You're saying no?
No, you need the ball. I mean, you need the clock. You're not down by a score. You're down by 2 scores.
Well, in instances like that, that drives defensive coordinators crazy on 3rd and 14. And right there at the sticks is Willie Gaines, and that's good enough for a first down.
Yep. Execution. Willie Gaines had an impact in this game. So many weapons. How many different receivers, have we seen him use? At least 9 receivers have caught passes. I said caught balls from Sanders.
And carrying the pile with him is J.D. Martin. His helmet comes off. Flag on the play as well. The officials conferring on the call.
We have no foul on the play. There is no foul on the play. Second down.
Keep it moving. So the clock winds back up again, starts again.
See, I would say, speaking of keeping it moving, that clock is moving right now, not in the favor of Alabama State. See, and this is the offensive coordinator. He's like, I'm not giving you the play early, Shador. You're going to have to look over here with about 8 seconds left on the clock, and then you run the play.
That one complete. DJ Stevens.
Off of 6.
And the 8th career 300-yard game for Shador Sanders. And that one.
Look at this throw. Once he clears the linebacker Adams, he knows the window that he was looking for. Delivers a strike to DJ Stevens. One thing we never talked about with Jackson State has been their tight ends because they get overshadowed by the wide receivers. But we're starting to see DJ Stevens emerge as that guy that can attack the middle of the field from the tight end position.
And a timeout taken by Alabama State. That's the first one, and surprised that it comes this subject.
About 2.5 minutes later than I would have called him. I would have called him earlier to try and put a sense of urgency on the defense. Now it's tough. Even if you make the stop and get the ball back, it's going to be tough. But let's talk about Mr. 300. Shador Sanders, another day at the office, throwing for 300 yards. And he did it in a number of ways, attacking the blitz defense with the middle of the field open, back shoulder throws, really finding a way to hurt this thing, get the ball distribution, which is one of his strengths. You have to love it when you don't play your best games, but you still throw for 3 touchdowns. You have the 1 interceptions. Your percentage is down a little bit than what you're used to, but this is one of those games going into it with a blitzing team. You knew your completion percentage wouldn't be high, but the yardage total stayed the same.
Sanders was shown a level of toughness here this afternoon as well, taking a number of different hits and still being productive, spreading the ball around, sharing the wealth on offense. But a team that's used to scoring really 48 points a game, below that season average, but they want to tack on some more if they can.
They keep Shador in a little bit longer than you think at times, and then they'll throw the ball a little bit more. Their defense is he's our best offensive weapon. He's the leader of this offense, bar none. They did them a favor there, passing the ball on 2nd down after a timeout, so that enables Alabama State to keep an extra timeout they may not have if they run the football.
Alabama State with 2 timeouts remaining. Pass complete. Still on his feet. J.D. Martin is now 4th and short. Alabama State spending another timeout.
Held them to field goal attempt.
Taking a look at the remaining schedule for
Yeah, held them to a field goal attempt.
to Jacksonville to take on Bethune-Cookman. That game will be played in NFL Stadium where the Jacksonville Jaguars play. And then a week off, non-conference game, but a very tough Campbell team out of the Big South. Then Southern at Boombox Classic.
And I think that game versus Campbell got very interesting when Campbell went and beat North Carolina Central, the number 3 ranked team in HBCU football. But circle November 19th at Alcorn. You never want to have anything on the line if you have to go down to Alcorn late in November.
Remember, they were controlling the East for so long. They were the kings of the SWAC. Now Jackson State trying to take the throne. The reigning champs tack on 3 extra points, 26-12 with 2:37 remaining. When you look on the other side for Alabama State, that big game coming up in Birmingham at the end of the month, the Magic City Classic. That's what everyone talks about.
Oh, yeah. And if you've never witnessed a Magic City Classic, I will tell you, like I've told many people, I think it's the best HBCU classic football game in the country. Attendance verifies it. The crowd, the proximity of the stadium. What do we call it? 60,000 inside, 65,000 outside at all times. Tailgate starts on Monday. It used to be Tuesday, now it's Monday. But they've got some good games here. There'll still be some good tests. And that November 12th game right there against Florida A&M, that's going to be interesting to watch right there.
Bethune-Cookman, Florida A&M joining the SWAC East. They played their first season
Thank you, Valerie.
here. Right now, Jackson State controlling things on their side of the division. Take a look at the SWAC standings, and if everything holds as is, Jackson State will continue to remain undefeated. Florida A&M playing a non-conference game against their former MEAC foe in South Carolina State. How about Alabama A&M coming out in that overtime win over Grambling State?
You know what's interesting about that? Everybody needs some help in the East except for Jackson State. This early in the season. I mean, they've beat FAMU, they've beat Alabama State. So everybody needs help. You need somebody to knock off another team. So give credit to Coach Prime and the job he's done controlling their own destiny.
Hit.
That one.
Oh, he caught it.
Wow, did he make
Was that a catch or not? It was so unclear. There was a lot of.
I thought it was an interception.
Okay, they say it's incomplete. Then Jay, you look to the SWAC West and Bubba McDowell, who's doing an outstanding job as first-year head coach of the Panthers.
Yeah, a little bit more open there. The Wild Wild West, but give credit. Prairie View already has 3 conference victories, so that's an impressive start. But over there, what the undefeated teams are. Prairie View and Alcorn State.
And Southern, who was
Southern get back into their groove.
Selected to be the preseason favorite. And right now, it's been the Panthers who, Prairie View A&M, remember, made it to the SWAC championship game last year, representatives of the West. But in all honesty, Jay, the build-up is for what? December 17th. We said it earlier. The Cricket Celebration Bowl in Atlanta, played at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Noon kickoff on ABC. MEAC versus SWAC. HBCU champion crown.
You know, the executive director of the Celebration Bowl was here in Atlanta and told me within the first 30 minutes of tickets going on sale, 15,000 of them already sold.
Wow.
So I asked them, do they come from the 601 area code where Jackson State is? Because these fans are expecting to go there. And why not? You got a really good football team.
Really good. 8th best in all of FCS. Their offense has been great, but their defense has really been the difference maker for this group. Tops in all of FCS football.
Offside, defense, number 42. 5-yard penalty. Still 4th down.
Well, Jay, this was not the way that Alabama State wanted their homecoming to play out this game, but the valiant effort that we saw from this Hornets group, I mean, very close game at the half. This was a slugfest, as we mentioned earlier. Jackson State able to come out of the locker room and put up some points here, but some good takeaways for Eddie Robinson Jr. in Alabama State.
And I agree. I mean, let's not forget. I think, you know, Coach Robinson's just in year 1. You know, so they always say he doesn't have his players yet. Coach Brown didn't have it.
On the deep.
Wow.
5-yard penalty.
So, you know, you judge a coach after he's gotten his own players in there, guys that are in the culture already, and you know, all the buzz is positive. All the buzz is positive on the job that Coach Robinson's doing in Montgomery. Hats off to him. He's an alumnus. This is his very first head coaching job on any level. But when you talk to the kids and the people around the program, they think they've got the right guy.
We've rallied around Swarm as one. And he said, well, we need everybody. You know, when he took over the head coaching job, he said, we need everybody. It's not just the football team. It's the Honeybees and the Stingettes and the Mighty Marching Hornets and the alumni.
I need D in them. I need all my homies. I need everybody that's associated with the program.
66 on the offense. 15-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Called out politicians, the local leaders, the mayor. He said, we're going to do this together. And I think that's the right formula. That's the right formula. Always trying to get there. Let's not forget the hottest football team and maybe the hottest HBCU in the country keeps getting hotter. The beat goes on at Jackson State. And what did we talk about in the open? What was Coach Prime saying? The big payback?
The big payback.
He wanted this one.
Yeah.
And Alabama State was not trying to give it to him, but ultimately they came in here and took a victory.
A minute and 29 seconds of the game clock before Jackson State moves to 5-0 on the season.
Pick. He threw it out of bounds. He's not completing the pass.
You know what's so interesting is that, you know, we talk week in and week out about Coach Prime and what he's done with the program and how he's helped not only to elevate Jackson State, but also HBCUs. He's also had the wonderful support of the gentleman that's standing next to him in the white shirt. Well, now he's kind of cutting him off, but Ashley Robinson, the National Athletics Director, who has done an amazing job, brought him in to this program, made that hire, that bold move and decision.
You think it's worked?
I think so. Let's ask the fans of Jackson State.
Tenfold. And I remember that we had some discussions on if he should do it and what I thought. Not risky, but he's always had that vision. We talk about Ashley Robinson from his days at Prairie View to what he's doing now. It comes as no surprise to him. It's almost like, what's next?
grand ideas and plans for Jackson State. But when we got a chance to talk with Eddie Robinson too, he said, well, you know, there's a method to the madness with Coach Prime, right? So we talked a lot about, okay, yeah, I felt disrespected after they put, you know, my picture up on the scoreboard and played the song a couple years ago. Got that big payback, right? But Eddie Robinson Jr. says it's great because he drummed up support. He helped us to get a sellout crowd and bring the fans out into the stadium. It's a show. You want to see it. You want to be a part of it. And to witness outstanding football, we're looking at one of the best teams in the country in Jackson State.
Yeah, you know, go back to, you know, every Batman has to have, you know, a Joker. You know, can't win all the time. You have to build up these big personalities. And when you think about HBCU, you know, there was Jake Gaither at Florida A&M, but you also had John Merritt at Tennessee State. When you had Eddie Robinson, you also at Grambling, you had Marino Cassim at Alcorn. So, you know, there's always W.C. Gore at Jackson State. So this conference in particular is built on legendary coaches. And there's going to be room for more than just one coach because you can't be the big fish in the SWAC. You know, Coach Robinson and Grambling, they didn't win the SWAC every year. And he was the winningest coach of all time. So who's going to try to knock off the big dog from the mantle right now is what everybody wants to know.
Jay, what did you think about this Alabama State homecoming, and what are you most looking forward to it with it, since you've already revealed your list earlier about the future?
You know, they're going in the right direction. They played a competitive game. You know, we've seen that, but still got to learn how to get to that upper tier. You know, for them, I think the ultimate judgment will be how are they going to perform. It was October 29th in Birmingham, Alabama. And fans don't want to say it, but it's basically come down to this is a classic season. You know, right now, their season is saved if they can win that classic, which they haven't done in a while. Alabama A&M, you mentioned they got the victory versus Grambling. So
nearly intercepted, and under a minute to go in this one. New quarterback in as JP Andrade attempts his first pass. And I think Alabama State fans are saying, hey, let's get this one over with. Put this one in the can. But
you should be running the ball right now to run it out. But let's say this. Alabama State was down by 14 with a minute something left. They're not going to win, and they were throwing the ball. So I've heard different coaches say, well, if you want me to run the clock out, then you stop throwing the ball.
And Savion Wilkerson, who just wouldn't want to go down, still in the ball game. And he's finally stopped. Well, nice game for Savion Wilkerson. 17 carries, 71 yards. He used them out of the backfield, caught a few passes as well.
How big was that catch? 3rd and 15, swing route, made somebody miss, and then found the first down marker.
And that will be the last play of the game. And that does it. Jackson State moves to 5-0, 12th straight conference win for the Tigers, and they spoil the homecoming of the Hornets. 26-12 is the final score. Oh, a little heated exchange there in midfield between Coach Prime and Coach Eddie Robinson Jr. For Jay Walker, I'm Tiffany Green. We're out.
Hold on. Let me exit full screen. No, I want to exit full screen. I want to exit right here. I won't give me the ability to rewind. Dirty bastards. It will not give me the ability to rewind. They robbed mad because they threw the ball. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to get to it. Hey, man, again, appreciate everybody for tapping in. Like the stream, share the stream. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you want to do. I appreciate everybody tapping in.
Cheesiest chain for the cheesiest cheese. Give me that.
Please feel free to hit the Cash App, $ KSLP 1020. Real simple. Yeah. Wow. I don't know if I wouldn't necessarily all in all call him a sore loser. I think it could stem from something else that Prime has said. So he ain't trying to give him no respect or anything like that. But that's not going to go over well. Yeah, there you go, Mo. There you go right there. He should not have invited him to homecoming. He told him don't put him on the schedule for homecoming, and he did it anyway. Absolutely. Absolutely. So that's going to get talked about either during the presser or something. People probably are already clicking that little snippet of the push off. And it's unfortunate that happened right there because you just lost. Them throwing the ball, that don't mean nothing. You mad because they still threw the ball, the game was over? That's on you. That's on you. That ain't on nobody else but you. So, you know, TSU was kicked off. Prairie View was kicked off. Shoot, I could keep this thing going. But I don't want to hold everybody up. I know people only really came to see Jackson State. Yeah, that might be on Sports Center. That could be on Sports Center, man. But the little button that they give you where you can run back 10 seconds, 20 seconds, they disabled the button. So it didn't allow me an opportunity to be able to rewind it. I mean, but I got it on YouTube. I can rewind it on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? I can rewind it on YouTube. Hold on, let me pull it up. Let's do it live too. Hold on, let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. Yeah, you already know somebody already got it. Shoot, these people, y'all with them screen, what is it called? Screen record options. People don't be playing. Screen record option ain't no joke. All right, so I'm gonna mute it out so I ain't tripping. Here we go. I went. And Dion ain't that type of a person. Deion Sanders ain't the confrontational type. Eddie really thought I guess he thought he was really gonna win that game. You weren't gonna never win that game, bro. Good game. That's it. Just threw his hands up. Okay, whatever. Wow. Good game, man. Fuck out of here. That's what he said. So then fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Tell him the fuck out of here, man. Yeah. Good game, dog. He wanted to tell him good game. It's people's fault. The real estate agent got mad, bro. Golly, bro. Golly, bro. This and what's sad about all of this is we will not see them play each other again until they come to Jackson. And what's horrible about this is that there was a few people that didn't play on Jackson State's defense today. Does anyone know who did not play on Jackson State's defense today? Well, everybody knows the obvious person that didn't play, and that's Travis. But there was another key component who was there but did not play. I think he was there, and that was Doyle. Doyle didn't play. And Shiloh didn't play. Right. So no Doyle, no Shiloh, no Travis. Next year, JSU will be better than they were this year. I'm going to say that to everybody again. Next year, JSU will be better than they were this year. So when Alabama State does whatever they do, that's going to be the cause of that. But Tennessee State is up 7-3 on Bethune-Cookman. That's the score right now. And Prairie View and Southern. I don't know what's going on with this joker. But let me tell y'all what Prairie View and Southern is. It looked like they ain't even started, like the band is out there playing or something. That was a good, ugly win for Jackson State, but it did sound, some people were already calling it a trap game. It's halftime. Prairie View or Southern, and Prairie View was winning 13-10 over Southern. So I'm going to let y'all get to it, man. I appreciate everybody for tapping in. Don't forget to like the stream on the way out. Also, please feel free to support the channel. Again, the Cash App is KSLP1020. I appreciate all y'all time. I know there's other people live right now, so I don't want to hold nobody up for being able to view it. We'll do this again next week.
We'll do this again next week and the week after that. More specifically, especially that homecoming game, Southern game. Well, the Southern game, really, I don't know. I might be traveling or something, but we'll see. But I appreciate it. Y'all have a good one, man. And thank you for tapping into the channel. Don't forget to like the stream. Don't forget to donate to the Cash App, $KSLP1020. Appreciate everybody who already have. Nick Saban would have beat him by 70 points. A push would have required a lawyer. Yeah, well, here's the thing, Fred. I don't think that. I think it's bigger than that. It's deeper than rap. I'm saying it like that. It's deeper than that. So what I think that he just did right there was he just put his 2023 team on notice because Coach Sanders, Deion Sanders, he holds grudges, and that will come up. He literally pushed him away, and they're going to take that personal. They're going to take that personal. But let me see. Before I end, man. Who else? Let me see if I think somebody else is live streaming this particular game. And I know they were real interested in I didn't get a notification. If I did, I think I changed my what's the name? Dismiss. Oh yeah, that's what I figured. Oh, he went with the post game after show. Okay. South Carolina State came back and made it a game. It was 20-14. Yep, it was 20-14. And I still think, oh yeah, because Scotty doing the after show. But all right, y'all. Y'all enjoy, man. Take care again. Let me see what they're saying right here. Let me turn this up.
I was like, come on, bruh. If we watching FAMU and South Carolina State, can you stop calling out Quincy Casey?
Quincy Casey!
Like, bruh, what you doing?
Listen, X goes down with a monster thumb injury. Quincy Casey comes in, gets some rhythm, wins the game. All right, does a massive drive to score and to tie it up in overtime.
All right, y'all,
does
take
another
care.
drive to put him on the touchdown. Him, the running